For Thursday, March 3rd, 2016, I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis. Here. And Commissioner Moore. Here. We expect Commissioner Wu to be absent, and we do expect an appearance from Commissioner Johnson today. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 for case number 2015-018387, CUA at 461 Valencia Street, conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to March 10th, 2016. Item 2 for case number 2014-000174, CUA at 32 Ord Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to April 7th, 2016. Item 3 for case number 2014.0599 ENX at 540 DeHaro Street. A large project authorization is proposed for continuance to June 2nd, 2016. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and if you want me to check those.
Please, thank you. Opening up to public comment. Is there any public comment on the items proposed for continuance? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Jessica Anderson. I live in Noe Valley, and I'm here to talk about the 540 DeHaro continuance. I attend St. Gregory of Nyssa Church. We are in discussion with the developers, and I just wanted to alert you that we've had meetings with them. However, although we provided them with a sunlight study of how their current plan affects the light in our building, we haven't heard any sounds of accommodation or willingness to discuss that.
I apologize for interrupting you, but at the moment, the only matter you can discuss is the matter of continuance.
Okay. Can I leave these pictures for the Planning Commission?
Sure.
Of the light. So we're fine with the continuance. Okay. We look forward to seeing you June 3rd.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any other?
These are for.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the items proposed for continuance? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move items as noted.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue items 1, 2, and 3 as proposed, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis. Aye. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places you under Commission matters. Item 4, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Richards.
Just wanted to bring up something I read that was interesting in the New York Times on Tuesday morning. It talks about overcrowding in New York City and how it's worsening, and it actually links the crowded conditions have been shown to hurt cognitive and behavioral development in children and impinge on studying and sleep, leading to problems that endure throughout life. So New York City is obviously experiencing the same thing we are here in San Francisco in terms of runaway rents, and if things don't kind of get done or it's not addressed, I think society is going to pay for it throughout the lifetime of the children that are actually in those crowded conditions. I've heard families living in SROs here, which is just, I think, absolutely terrible, and just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, on a more positive note, in a study that was from the San Francisco Business Times, a human resources consulting firm named Mercer found that San Francisco had the highest quality of living of any American city they surveyed out of 230 cities. I mean, unfortunately, their rating was only number 28 worldwide, so obviously there's something about European cities or foreign cities that is lacking in America. I'm not quite sure what it is, but their criteria are, but it was encouraging that we ranked well higher than other American cities. Boston at 34, Honolulu 35, Chicago 43, New York City 44th place. And they talked about recreation, consumer goods, natural environment, medical accessibility, public services, transportation, banking, currency, et cetera. So obviously, whoever did this survey seemed to think that it's a good place to live.
If there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 5, director's announcements.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. One announcement today. I wanted to bring to your attention a panel discussion that's occurring next week on the issue of gentrification and displacement. The Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development is hosting a panel with the Citizens Committee on Community Development. And the presenters are from the Center for Community Innovation at UC Berkeley, who worked on the urban displacement project, and that includes Professor Karen Chappell and Miriam Zook from the Center for Community Innovation at Berkeley. The Urban Displacement Project is a research and action initiative of UC Berkeley in collaboration with researchers at UCLA, community-based organizations, regional planning agencies, and the State of California's Air Resources Board. The project goal is to understand the nature of gentrification and displacement in the Bay Area. This has been a multi-year study that the center has put on. These are folks who have become really expert in this field, and I would encourage members of the public and the commission to attend. It also includes Antonio Diaz, who's the organizational director for PODER here in San Francisco, and Gordon Chin, who's, of course, the executive director, founding executive director of the Chinatown Community Development Center. This is all taking place next Tuesday, the 8th at 5 p.m. At the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, which is 1 South Van Ness on the 5th floor. So, again, next Tuesday, March 8th, 5 p.m. at the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, 1 South Van Ness on the 5th floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Could you send out an email and let us know? Thank you.
Absolutely.
There are no other questions, Commissioners. We can move on to item 6, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors and the Historic Preservation Commission. There is no Board of Appeals report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. First on the land use agenda this week was Supervisor Wiener's ordinance to allow existing bars to expand to the second floor with conditional use authorization in the Upper Market in CT. This commission heard the item on February 4th of this year and recommended approval. At this week's land use hearing, planning staff gave a brief presentation on the commission's action. There were no comments from the committee members or from the general public. The committee then voted unanimously to recommend approval to the full board. Next on the agenda was the second duplicated file for Supervisor Avalos' ordinance, which would require conditional use authorization for the removal of any unit in the city. Supervisor Avalos this item was continued to the call of the chair. Supervisors Avalos and Wiener will be working on amendments to the proposed ordinance, which will require it to be referred back to the Planning Commission for your review and recommendation. Also on Monday, the department participated in a hearing sponsored by Supervisor Wiener on student housing. Several educational institutions also presented at the hearing, including UCSF, UC Hastings, SF State, and CCA. Over the past few months, the supervisor has been working with these institutions and others on the needs and plans for providing student housing. The department's presentation, staff discussed the need for student housing. Currently, colleges provide only about 9,000 beds for the approximately 80,000 students in the city. Staff also provided recent legislation history on student housing, which included 2 significant pieces of legislation, one adopted in 2010 and one in 2012, both of which encourage the production of new student housing and the protection of existing housing from being converted to student housing. Staff also provided an overview of new student housing added since 2010 and housing currently in the pipeline. Staff's conclusion is that we would still have significant shortfall of approximately 28,000 beds if existing housing and pipeline projects are accounted for. Staff's presentation was followed by presentations from the educational institutions in attendance. Currently, the 4 institutions all provide a small proportion of housing to their student body, ranging from 14% for UCSF and SF State to about 30% for CCA and UC Hastings. However, the general goal of these institutions is to provide housing for about 50% of their student body. During public comment, the Housing Action Coalition stated that the city needs to investigate the lack of interest from developers in building more student housing despite the recent legislation. The developer, the Panoramic Incorporated, which has developed most of the student housing built since 2010, recommended only requiring a 5-year commitment from a school when building student housing instead of the current 10-year commitment. At the conclusion of the hearing, Supervisor Wiener asked the department to further investigate changes necessary to incentivize the development of student housing. At the full board this week, Supervisors Avalos' ordinance that would increase the TSF by about $2 for non-residential projects passed its second read at the board on a 5-6 vote. The mayor has indicated that he plans to veto this ordinance, and it looks like the board does not have enough votes to override his veto. Supervisor Breed's ordinance that would allow projecting signs in the Fillmore Neighbor Commercial District passed its first read, and Supervisor Wiener's ordinance to rezone the Noe Valley Town Square parcel to POS also passed its first read. Also on the agenda was Supervisor Avalos' ordinance that requires CU for the removal of for legal and unwarranted units. This was the second version of this file and applies to all zoning districts. You may recall that the first version passed the board only applies to C3 districts. With some minor clerical amendments, this ordinance passed its first read on a 9-2 vote, with Supervisors Tang and Yi voting against it. The concerns of these two supervisors were generally about the impact to single-family home districts. However, Supervisor Tang did express support for the intent of the legislation and said that she looked forward to working with Supervisors Avalos and Wiener on the pending duplicated ordinance to address her concerns. Finally, at the board hearing, the board considered Supervisor Yi's resolution to address maximizing the city's inclusionary housing requirement. At the hearing, the resolution was amended by unanimous vote in order to lay the groundwork for trailing legislation to the June ballot. The amended resolution states that the board intends to adopt trailing legislation by April 19th of this year, which will include a grandfathering clause, a feasibility study, a clause requiring the controller and other city departments to conduct a periodic feasibility study, allow for middle-income units to be priced at 100% AMI, for the board to set a maximum affordable unit pricing, and allow for the city to approve projects through development agreements that could include variations from the inclusionary housing requirement. This resolution then passed the board on a unanimous vote, and there were no introductions. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richards.
A quick one for you, Mr. Starr. Would you be able to forward the presentation on the student housing that you gave? Was it a visual presentation?
Yeah, there was a PowerPoint. Anne-Marie and Kimmy Hadadan gave it, but I can forward it.
And if in the future, when you send us what you just read, if you could attach your presentations, that would be fabulous.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would you do that?
I will send it to
commission-wide?
everyone.
Thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, in regards to the legislation, the trailing legislation that you discussed, I think that's trailing to an issue which would be on the June ballot, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Correct. My understanding currently is that there would be something on the June ballot to take our inclusionary housing requirement out of the charter and then allow it to be adjusted, which would allow it to be adjusted in the future.
Yeah, but I guess the question I have is, if the trailing legislation isn't available till April 19th, then how would voters really know what they're voting on? Because the trailing legislation it's not actually part of the ballot measure, but it is supportive and kind of works with that.
The ballot initiative sets a 25% as a placeholder and then says that the board can adjust it in the future.
Right.
So there is something in the ballot initiative from my understanding, but this would, the trailing legislation would be based on feasibility study to see what the appropriate mix is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Fry, Department staff, here to share with you a few items from yesterday's Historic Preservation Commission hearing. The Architectural Review Committee of the HPC met to review design criteria for a proposed UCSF research facility near San Francisco General Hospital. The location of the new building will be on an existing parking lot. The reason to bring the ARC into the mix for design and review and comment is that the collection of early 20th century medical buildings at San Francisco General Hospital have been identified as a National Register district with a period of significance from 1915 to 1938. The ARC members reviewed the design criteria prepared by an outside preservation consultant and had very limited comments on the overall proposal. They feel that the design criteria will help guide a future architecture firm in developing a new building that fits within the eligible historic district. They did have some comments about the massing of the overall structure and how it relates to the historic buildings. While the current proposal and massing study is a very low sort of boxy structure, the commission actually, or the ARC members actually felt that the building could be taller and sculpted in a more elegant fashion and would better relate to the surrounding historic district. After the conclusion of the ARC, there were two items on the full HPC's calendar. One was a community-sponsored landmark designation application for 235 Valencia Street, also known as the Hap Jones Building. Hap Jones is significant for his associations with the motorcycle industry nationwide, but also specifically to the Bay Area. The applicant has prepared a very thorough report which the commission felt addresses many, or at least establishes significance of the building with Hap Jones. However, felt that there needed to be a better understanding of the cultural and social significance of the building related to the larger motorcycle industry and recreation within the Bay Area. The property owner is also preparing his own information, which the department has not reviewed yet. So the commission decided to or voted unanimously to continue that item to its April 6th hearing. At that time, both the applicant and the property owner should have additional material for the commission's consideration on whether or not to initiate the Hap Jones building to Article 10 of the Planning Code. It's important to note, though, that based on the current information, the Planning Department's recommendation is while the building does appear eligible for the California Register, it doesn't appear to meet any of the priority areas identified by the HPC as part of its landmark designation work program. And then finally, the Recreation and Parks Department gave an informational presentation on the condition of the Mothers Building. Recently, Rec Park was awarded a Historic Preservation Fund Committee grant to hire an outside consultant to evaluate or to conduct a conditions assessment and a seismic feasibility study for the building located in the San Francisco Zoo. The building is significant and has been on the HPC's landmark designation work program since 2011. It is currently vacant, however, and suffers from a great deal of deferred maintenance. The Rec Park Department showed that the report identifies some immediate repairs that have to occur to the building, some short-term repairs, and then some long-term repairs, which are the bulk of the seismic upgrade and the mural restoration, at a total of approximately $4.7 million. The president of the HPC is going to attend the Rec Park Commission's hearing on March 17th to also offer the HPC's support in seeking grant funding or any other avenues to help rehabilitate the building in a timely fashion. That concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
Appears to be no questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, it'll place us under general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I have no speaker cards.
Great. Thank you. Yep.
The right way.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith, and I live in Bernal Heights, and you've seen me before. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about reflections on engagement of the public recently. The number of meetings right now for the public is completely overwhelming. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the need for developers to show some respect for the public who do show up at these meetings and to come prepared with information that is useful. I talked to you about involvement in the Affordable Housing Bonus Plan, and there didn't end up being a meeting in District 9. The meeting that I went to in District 10 had materials from one of the coalitions that the developers supported on everyone's chair. So I felt like that was a little out of bounds. We're coming to a commission meeting, and we'd like to get the information from the planning department. I think also that community forums are basically at risk of being undermined in terms of their integrity. I've been reading a little bit. There's one of these books which says a little bit about the history of planning, and so I have a greater appreciation of how these community groups kind of came to being. And I just wanted to recall something that happened which has colored my remarks. From my personal recollection, on February 29th, 2019, there was a meeting of a community group which permitted developers and public agencies such as DPW to present their proposals to members. I attended because of my interest in the 22nd Street enhancement, hopefully improving the Caltrain station, and 2 large projects on Jackson Park, one of which abutted my son's school. After the presentation, the body put to the project next to my son's school to a vote. The vote was deemed invalid because one of the presenting developers cast a vote, as did his employee. Neither fit the criteria for a voting member. Initially, the vote was 1 vote apart, and thus the improper vote would have been decisive. So this action demonstrates a lack of respect for community processes and the time interested members invest in these processes. And I'd call for a voluntary code of conduct for developers to be. I got this. And they're in the room.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other general public comment? Okay, not seeing any general public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
At just one point, I know there's some discussions around having a certain format for developer meetings that are happening, just so people understand that as part of the Mayor's Office of Housing process subgroup.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to your regular calendar. Item 7 for case number 2012.0726E, the Transportation Sustainability Program Align Component.
Okay, we got it on. Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Sarah Jones, Environmental Review Officer and Director of Environmental Planning. It is with great pride that I come before you today. This is an exciting milestone in our comprehensive transportation sustainability program's effort to keep people moving as the city grows. It is also an important moment for San Francisco to step forward as a leader in making smart growth policies work. As you know, a primary purpose and motivation for the TSP has been the alignment of our CEQA review with local and regional planning policy by replacing level of service as a threshold of traffic impact with a metric that captures the physical impacts of car travel. San Francisco has been working towards this since 2003, and it has been an objective of the TSP from the start of the program. In 2013, with the passage of Senate Bill 743, LOS reform became a statewide mandate, and we have been actively involved with the State Office of Planning and Research in their creation of a statewide program that would align CEQA, its most important environmental law, with its planning policy. Now, OPR has defined a system for traffic impact analysis that is going through about another year still of the rulemaking process, and we would like to adopt that metric in San Francisco now. With the state's publication of its guidelines last January, the substance is all here for us. CEQA allows lead agencies to set their own significance threshold, and no legislative change is needed to do this. Why are we coming to you today with this today rather than waiting for the state? It's about San Francisco's role as a leader in planning and the planning department's own vision, great planning for a great city. You will be hearing today that LOS reform will ease CEQA review for new development. That's true, but it's not the reason why this is such an important step. We're here before you today because of vision and alignment. It is absurd that here in this city, we can't make our streets safer because it could inconvenience drivers. It is ludicrous that we create barriers via CEQA to infill projects that implement plans that are years in the making. Removing LOS as a significant standard will align CEQA review with long-established and urgent city policy promoting transit, infill development, and streets that allow movement for all. So before I pass the mic to EP Senior Planners Wade Whitgreff and Devyani Jain, I just want to take a brief moment to thank the many, many people who have been part of this transformative effort over the years. First of all, thank you very much to John Ram for all his abundant support on this effort. Also, I particularly want to call out environmental planning staff, past and current, who have poured massive amounts of energy into this. Victoria Wise and Greg Reeson, who have since moved on to SFMTA, Rachel Schutt and Wade Whitgreff, who are here today. And I'd also really especially like to recognize the efforts of Bill Wyko, former ERO, who really was the brains behind this from the start, and without whom I am confident to say that we wouldn't be here today. So now on to Wade.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, President Fong, Vice President Richards, members of the Commission. I am honored to be here today to talk about something that numerous people in this crowd and elsewhere have been working on, like Sarah mentioned, for over a decade. And this is about making sure what we measure in environmental review actually reflects what the city has consistently said it cares about in terms of transportation effects. And that's safety and providing a variety of options for people to move around. And this, of course, is level of service reform. But before I talk and dive into the details of that, I first want to provide some context in terms of environmental review. The Planning Department generally processes 3 different types of environmental review documents. On the left-hand side represent the vast majority of cases that come through Planning Department, and those are exemptions. While negative declarations and environmental impact reports get more notoriety, they represent a tiny amount of projects that we review. This process would not change as part of this reform that we're talking about today. The public would continue to have opportunities to weigh in on the environmental review process, including the appeal process. When we look at environmental effects, we're generally looking at 18 different topics, and transportation and circulation is just one of those topics. This, again, would not change as part of the reform that we're talking about today. Within transportation and circulation, then we look at a bunch of subtopics, and I'm going to focus on level of service and automobile delay, and then Devyani Jain from the Planning Department is going to talk about some of the other topics later. So first on to level of service. What is it? It was created in the 1950s by highway traffic engineers to evaluate highway capacity. It was not intended to measure environmental effects like it's used today. So how this plays out is there is a letter grade that is assigned, just like you're in grade school, from A to F, meaning A is good, F bad. This is a picture of a downtown with little to no activity going on. A traffic engineer through this lens would look at this and say, this is fantastic. Cars can move wherever they want with little to no delay. So I'm going to give this an A. From an urban life perspective, this is not a place people want to be or stay. So this is an F. Conversely, this is a picture of downtown on Market Street. Traffic engineer would look at this and say, how are cars going to move? There are people walking, there's people on transit, there are even people bicycling. How can a car move freely through this intersection? This is an F. From an urban life perspective, though, this is a sign of a vibrant economic place, a place that people want to stay and go to, and this is an A. So look through this lens, it creates numerous problems for CEQA. And first and foremost, it does not protect environmental quality, which is the foundation which CEQA is built upon. And the reason for that is a common solution to improving or reducing automobile delay is widening roadways. Well, widening roadways increases crossing distances for people walking. It increases speeds to unsafe levels on city streets. And second, it doesn't fix the problem it was intended to fix. And this is because of the concept of induced demand. You widen a roadway, people become more attracted to that roadway. They start driving on it, which in turn leads to more congestion or the congestion that was there in the beginning, except now you have more cars and more pollution. In addition, it encourages sprawl, and this is because development on the hinterland of urban areas, there's little to no congestion there. So any vehicle travel that you look at this level of service lens, they're not going to have any impacts. They're not going to have bad grades. Even though they're adding 3 to 4 times as much vehicle travel on the overall network compared to development in places like San Francisco. So this conflicts with numerous city, regional, and state policies that are intended to actually improve the environment, such as encouraging smart infill development, reducing emissions, and providing more mobility options and safer options for people to get around. So for these large, limited number of projects or projects that do reduce automobile delay that we do a level of service analysis on, the city is often left with rejecting alternatives and measures that are intended to reduce automobile delay. And this is because of the issues that I just described, as well as the space constraints. We don't have the room to widen roadways in the city without demolishing buildings. So therefore, we spend a lot of time and effort counting cars at intersections without actually doing anything to try to reduce the vehicles to those intersections in the first place. So acknowledging these problems, significant legislation that Sarah alluded to was passed in 2013, and that was California Senate Bill 743. It did 2 things. First, it said automobile delay shall no longer be considered an environmental effect upon adoption of new CEQA guidelines. And the second thing was an alternative metric should be established. Well, this took place during a long-going process that the city was working on level of service reform and as part of the Transportation Sustainability Program more recently. The State Office of Planning and Research is responsible for updating CEQA guidelines, and they started an robust outreach process throughout the state, including getting feedback from numerous city staff on what the alternative metrics should be. And they released 3 documents over the years, and between the second and the third document, the city ended up realigning or relooking at the Transportation Sustainability Program to break up the 3 individual components on their own, and at that time the city adopted a fee recently, and then the state released their latest proposal this January, which the public comment period just ended. So the resolution before you today is really implementing an inevitable change. The state, we feel confident that the state is going to propose an alternative metric of vehicle miles traveled, and eventually automobile delay will be removed from CEQA. So we want to be a leader on this effort and move ahead of the state because we don't know necessarily how long it's going to take. This process has taken longer than we originally anticipated once the bill was passed, and right now it's expected it might take another year. So just a reminder on vehicle miles traveled. This measures the amount and distance that a project might cause people to drive by private automobiles and or taking taxis. And it's a better indicator of environmental effects than I just talked about related to level of service. Here in the city, we would rely on our colleagues at the Transportation Authority to conduct a model run for some maps that I'm about to show you. So what this change means practically is, first, for transportation projects, it flips the analysis framework on its head, where projects that are substantially inducing automobile travel would now have impacts that you would have to analyze alternatives and mitigation measures for. And conversely, projects that wouldn't have significant impacts would be things that the city is implementing in terms of improving safety and providing more mobility options. So this is a huge positive change on the transportation end. On the land use end, the state is proposing that you would compare a project's vehicle miles traveled to the region. The region here means the 9-county Bay Area, and there's many factors that affect travel behavior and vehicle miles traveled, such as density, diversity of land uses, proximity, availability, and frequency of transit. And based on these factors, the city is doing quite well compared to the region. So the next 3 slides that I'm about to show you have a map and a table comparing the City Hall neighborhood to the region, just for illustrative purposes. So, that does not show well on the screen. This map, all the white areas are below the regional average and below the threshold. The regional average is 17.2 miles per capita per day. And the state has set a threshold that's 15% below that average because they're not necessarily satisfied with the status quo. They want to reach for a goal that is feasible and that meets a lot of our greenhouse gas reduction goals. And then here at City Hall, this neighborhood's about 1/7 of the regional, the threshold. The only red areas that show up on the map are Treasure Island, which is pretty obvious to see, and Hunters Point in the lower right-hand corner. And most likely those areas would not show up red if you took into account the planned land use and transportation network changes coming in the future. For office, a similar picture would emerge where the vast majority of the city is below the threshold, and here at City Hall, we would be about half that threshold. And then again, on retail, very similar picture, and the areas that do show up red are just slightly above what the threshold is. So these are just 3 types of land uses, but there's a variety of other land uses that we analyze at the planning department, but they would generally fit within the same types of framework and analysis that I just described. And although rare, there's other unique and substantially large projects that can affect travel behavior. In those instances, we might do new model runs to calculate VMT from those projects. But for the vast majority of the projects, we would rely on this mapping for substantial evidence to support less than significant findings. If a project would exceed vehicle miles traveled, the threshold, then mitigation measures would need to be applied. And the mitigation measures that would apply is transportation demand management, which was the subject of our February 11th Planning Commission informational hearing. And SHIFT would apply citywide. It won't just apply if a project exceeds a threshold, because we're more concerned about mobility overall in the city than just looking at an individual project by project threshold basis. So, in recap, this reform is a very positive, exciting change for the city and environmental review, and it will not affect the public's ability to weigh in on the environmental review process or change the process or the analysis and other topics, including the other subtopics in transportation, which my colleague Devyani Jain is going to now talk about.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, President Fong. I am Devyani Jain, Planning Department staff, to follow up on Wade's presentation. In addition to the proposed change from level of service to the new vehicle miles traveled metric, the Planning Department is in the process of updating its transportation impact analysis guidelines in order to reflect this coming shift to vehicle miles traveled metric and align all the other related significance thresholds. In our environmental documents, as before, we will continue to analyze the project's transportation-related impacts on riding transit, people walking, bicycling, loading activities, emergency access, as well as construction impacts. All the remaining 17 CEQA environmental review topics, such as noise, air quality, land use that Wade touched upon earlier, will continue to be analyzed for all projects. With the Transportation Impact Analysis Guidelines update, we plan on making our environmental review and analysis more relevant to the different ways people use the city's transportation network. Accordingly, the focus of transportation analysis would be on site circulation, accessibility, mobility, and safety issues for all travel modes. The site circulation analysis will evaluate the project impacts on the transportation network in the surrounding areas, and as needed, explore meaningful alternatives and measures to address any transportation and circulation deficiencies that arise as a result of a given project. So we are not giving up on any of that analysis. All we're doing is shifting a metric from level of service to VMT, which was already in the pipeline since 2013. As before, we will continue to evaluate project consistency with applicable city, regional, and state plans and policies, just like we did before. And most importantly, the environmental evaluation process will still include all our current procedures to seek public input at key stages of a project's environmental analysis. So people will still have a chance to comment on the scope, on what we did in the environmental analysis, and we would respond to those issues in a responses to comment document for EIRs. In summary, the resolution before you to change from level of service metric to the VMT metric is just one aspect of the analysis conducted by the city to evaluate project impacts on the transportation system under CEQA. It will not affect other aspects of transportation analysis or even general environmental review of projects. And we strongly urge you to approve this resolution. This change will go a long way in better protecting the environment and will also better align environmental review to the city's plans and policies that we've adopted or we are promoting for good transportation and land use planning. Thank you very much, and we are open for questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. I know that this very large project has involved a lot of agencies and departments in the city here, and I know that some are here, so I wanted to provide this opportunity for those who wanted to speak. I know that Ed Riskin is here with MTA, Tilly Chang is here from CTA, Meg Shui from Department DPH is here. I'll let you folks organize yourself, and thank you very much in advance.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. It is my great pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Transportation Authority, Tilly Chang. I want to express our agency's strong support for this greatly anticipated change in our city's policy and practice regarding transportation impact analysis. This work has really been an ongoing collaborative effort of multiple city departments, as you mentioned, going back all the way to 2003, really, when our agency had the honor to work on the first policy study looking at alternatives to what had been really 50 years of practice embedded in this level of service concept. We, at that time, did find that there are alternatives and that we should examine them for reasons that have been discussed previously in the staff report to better align our city's practices with our city policy on Transit First, to streamline the review process, and to really have better outcomes, to achieve better, more efficient, and effective outcomes for the city. We've been pleased to provide this technical assistance in multiple stages, and thank you all for your strong support of the three-part TSP. Today's action will as well be followed soon by a TDM ordinance that we hope that you will also be supporting. Our aim from the beginning has been to bring this forward not only as a practice for the city to achieve our goals and aims, but to really model what jurisdictions across the state and indeed the nation are trying to do to achieve more accessible, sustainable communities. Finally, I'd like to just certainly thank the whole city team, if you'll indulge me, and particularly almost a generation of staff at the Planning Department, the Transportation Authority, the MTA, Mayor's Office, SF Environment. I'm not going to name them all. Many of them are here, and many of them have also continued on into other endeavors. But we really want to recognize the deep and collaborative effort based on strong technical analyses and strong underpinnings so that we can move forward and also serve as a partner to the state. In particular, the Office of Planning and Research at the State Resources Agencies deserves our great admiration and appreciation for their leadership in implementing this guideline at the state level. So thank you again, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
President Fong, members of the Commission, Director Ram, Ed Riskin, Director of Transportation, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak and for considering this landmark step forward in terms of how we evaluate projects here in San Francisco. My job as your Director of Transportation and the work of my agency, working with the Planning Department, the Transportation Authority, and others, is to make sure people have good choices in terms of how they get around the city. And when I say good choices, good is really defined by a number of different city policies that are at play, such as the transportation element of the general plan, the Transit First policy, which has been enshrined in the city charter, the city's climate change policy, as well as our policies that relate to social equity, affordability, and accessibility. And as we have a city that's growing, we have more people who want to live here. We have more people who want to work here, more people who want to visit here. We need to make sure that we can accommodate that growth in smart ways that are reflective of those policies. So what's great about San Francisco, what we all love about San Francisco can remain so. This change that's here for your consideration today would allow us to better do that, would allow us to better think about the impacts of transportation projects and building projects in a way that aligns better with that list of city policies. And that's why this is so important and why I would strongly urge you to support this change. I believe that this change will result in better analysis that will result in a better informed public and a better informed or a better public discussion, and ultimately in better projects that will support a better transportation system that will support in the best possible way the growth of this city. So this is a great effort. I'll join with Tilly in commending the staff of the Planning Department, the MTA, the TA, all the other agencies. Really a lot of thoughtful work and analysis has gone into this, and I think it's fully appropriate that San Francisco would take a leadership role after SB 743 having passed and advancing this even ahead of the state. So thank you very much for your consideration. And just one small footnote, I thought it was an excellent staff presentation. Just want to ensure that you know that when they were talking about the traffic engineer perspective, they were talking about 1950s highway traffic engineers, not the traffic engineers that work at today's SFMTA, who are just as, if not more, safety conscious, but have a much more modern and evolved thinking. And our traffic engineers would look at those Fs and call them As, just for the record. Thank you.
Okay. And I also know that Cheryl Brinkman, SFMTA board chair, is here as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Brinkman. I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the SFMTA Board of Directors. First, let me thank you for your service. I know that serving on the city's boards and commissions is a labor of love, and it involves a lot of time and hard work. So thank you all for making that commitment. I'm here to speak in support of the CEQA LOS reform in front of you today. This change will represent a step in the right direction, in terms of focusing analysis more on multimodal transportation and safety, which is our first and most important goal at the SFMTA. Align, shift, and invest. This is how the Transportation Sustainability Program is going to help us safely meet the demands of a growing city, and this align step really is key. We have more people and more demands on our transportation network than ever before, and at the same time, our streets aren't growing any wider. This means we need to make smart decisions and try new ideas. These new to San Francisco ideas might not always appear popular at first glance, but they have proved to be successful and beneficial to our transportation system and the increased safety for our citizens. Today you have the opportunity to make a choice that will keep our people moving and our streets safe for the millions of travelers we see every day. I ask that you adopt this proposal so all of the hard work of so many people across the city will be even more successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kruti Singha, and I'm from the San Francisco Department of the Environment's Transportation Program. We promote the use of sustainable transportation modes to reduce drive-alone rates and align with the Transit First policy in San Francisco with the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we primarily do this through behavior change, education, and outreach programs to promote the use of sustainable transportation modes. So I'm here to also support the LOS reform in front of you today. This project, or this reform, also supports projects that affect behavior change, including projects that encourage a mix of land uses, multimodal travel options, and density. And it will also reduce greenhouse gas emissions since VMT reflects the amount and distance traveled. A project will cause a person to drive, and is also therefore a better indicator of air quality and safety than LOS. So because of these benefits, I encourage you to consider passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Meg Walsh-Dewey, and I'm an epidemiologist for the Department of Public Health in the Program on Health Equity and Sustainability in the Environmental Health Branch. I'm excited to be here today to support the early adoption of VMT to measure transportation impacts during environmental review, as this is a change our program has long advocated for through our work with planning and other departments and participation in city working groups on LOS reform. The department's engagement is due to the fact that we consider VMT to be a more health protective and health promoting measure than LOS. And because we believe that this policy change would advance 3 focus areas from DPH's Population Health Strategic Plan: air quality, pedestrian safety, and physical activity. Over the years, we have documented multiple negative health effects associated with the use of auto LOS. The use of LOS in environmental review supports a transportation system that favors swiftly moving cars and does not capture potential impacts of increased vehicle use, which adversely impact air quality, noise, and transportation safety. Further, LOS often creates roadblocks for projects that improve livability, such as protected bike lanes and infill housing. We believe that transitioning to the use of VMT would positively impact both environmental and human health. In the short term, this change would create alignment with existing city policies such as Vision Zero and would allow for faster and more cost-effective implementation of life-saving street engineering improvements that otherwise would have been delayed because they have the potential to impact LOS. In the longer term, the use of VMT will encourage design that supports transit and active transportation, thereby reducing automobile emissions and improving air quality and opportunities for physical activity. In conclusion, we believe that city transportation metrics that are consistent with the prioritization of human health and well-being are key to meaningful improvements in pedestrian safety, outdoor air quality, and active transportation. We support the Planning Department's proposal to replace LOS with VMT and believe this change will advance the health of people who live, work, learn, and play in San Francisco. Thank you for your consideration of this important policy change.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Commission, Victoria Wise from SFMTA. Commissioners, as you very well know, and we all know, transportation and land use are inextricably connected. And the state of California, of course, recognizes this connection through Senate Bill 375, otherwise known as Sustainable Communities and Climate Protection Act. The resolution in front of you today is a key step in promoting this very link through facilitating both the development of multimodal transportation and encouraging diversity of land uses in our really urban environment. So the switch from level of service to vehicle miles traveled will bring more housing to urban locations like ours. It will also help to implement much-needed transit, pedestrian, and bicycle projects in these urban environment locations, resulting in better transportation choices for us all. This change will allow MTA to better focus our resources. Our residents, our workers, our visitors need and have been asking for more high-impact multimodal transportation projects, and of course they want these projects delivered as soon as possible. The resolution before you today will allow MTA to do that, to deliver more, better, and faster. It will recognize that active transportation and transit projects such as better bikeways, new transit lanes, pedestrian safety improvements don't result in substantial increases in VMT. Rather, these projects serve to support our citizens and, in fact, the kind of infill development that we want to see in our city. So with that, today I ask you to adopt the resolution in front of you and really align our CEQA policies with the existing policies we have in the city, like Transit First. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Fong, valued members of the Commission, my name is Boris Doynat. I'm Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Public Works. My colleagues from other city departments have already presented a convincing argument why the move from LOS to VMT is positive, especially for an urban environment. At this point, to make it short and sweet, I would like to add that San Francisco Public Works is in full support of removing LOS and replacing it with VMT because it is in line with our current adopted city policies such as Vision Zero and Transit First. At this point, I would strongly urge you to adopt this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, Judith from Bernal Heights, and I'm so pleased that everyone in the room who can make a decision to put a white loading zone at the 22nd Street Caltrain station is here. So please, all you stakeholders, to make transit work, we need loading zones at the 22nd Caltrain station, which there is no loading zone for. And also, I would say generally you need to think about loading zones for BART and Caltrain in general. I think that the moving to VMT is great. And I would just say that as you look at developers' proposals, please make sure to add additional car sharing spaces, EV charging, which I think doesn't count against VMT, and also that developers could provide bike share memberships, which would encourage active transportation, and also that projects really need to provide off-street loading, which is one of the criteria, the delivery and passenger loading for safety. I live near Mission, and we now have put in the red lane for the buses, and it has been, an adjustment this first week or so. What I'm a little bit afraid of is that the red lanes are encouraging speeding. That may be dangerous, given that Mission sidewalks are not compliant with the Better Streets plan width. So I think projects need to step back a little bit from their property line to allow for these sorts of red lanes. I did already see a double-length bus go through the red light on Presida. I mean, they're moving fast, and Mission Street has a lot of pedestrians, and people still have to park, and so it's a little bit challenging because you only have one line of traffic open now. So I think making sure that you enhance safety when you put in a bike lane or when you put in a red lane is really critical to successful implementation of sustainable transportation. In addition, for example, on Valencia Street, where you have a great bike lane, a lot of Ubers basically use it as a loading zone, and the bikes have to go into the oncoming traffic. So please implement this mindfully. I think they're long processes, and sometimes there are shortcuts in implementation, like you didn't repave Mission so it was smooth. You put down a plastic thing so that the rain the infiltration is a little worse. So please take your time, do it right the first time.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comment? Nicole Ferrara, Elaine Boken, and Ratna Amin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Ferrara. I'm the Executive Director of Walk San Francisco, and very excited to be here today to share our organization's strong support for this policy change. This policy will, for the first time, address really the serious issues with the current CEQA LOS analysis. This was developed back in 1969 when CEQA was adopted in our great state. And at this time, we didn't really understand the impacts that LOS had on, or would have, on our environment. The new VMT policy will support the true purpose of CEQA to improve California's environmental quality. In addition, I want to connect the dots between this policy and the policy that you guys adopted in 2014, the Vision Zero policy, along with the mayor and about 9 other city departments. And already this year, 5 people have lost their lives while walking in our city. Improvements currently under LOS, improvements that would save lives, not only fail, as we saw earlier, they also cost our city years in terms of doing these environmental impact reports. And while we wait, we pay consultants millions in taxpayer dollars. So as you recall, this Vision Zero policy was to end all traffic deaths by 2024. In order to do that, we have just under 8 years, and we really need to start transforming the way our streets look and feel and how we kind of educate drivers and pedestrians and cyclists every time they are on a street of where they should be, how to go slowly, how to operate safely. And what we need is to transform our streets in order to do that. So I urge you to adopt this policy today so that we can take steps today towards safer, better streets and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be using the overhead. My name is Eileen Boken. I'm a resident of the Sunset Parkside District. To recap the process, CEQA revisions begin with the Governor's Office of Planning and Research as a proposal, and the overhead is the most recent solicitation. It is a proposal. The second stage is in the California Natural Resources Agency for rulemaking. The current LOS correctly assesses congestion in urban areas, but not sprawl developments. VMT would assess these impacts. Professor Antonio Rossman, UC Berkeley Bold Hall, has recommended using both LOS and VMT. My neighborhood organization Speak submitted comments to OPR to this effect. Along with these comments, Speak also included documentation on this commission item. As a background, SB 7743 is really about basketball. The Kings were threatening to leave Sacramento if they didn't get a new arena. Darrell Steinberg was the Senate President pro tem at the time and represented Sacramento. SB 743 was designed to facilitate the arena and the arena as a springboard to revitalize downtown Sacramento. The change from LOS to a different metric, it was part of the design to facilitate this project. Darrell Steinberg now works for a lobbying firm, and the Kings Arena is being constructed at a generous taxpayer subsidy. As the rulemaking is not in place, I would urge the Commission to continue this item until the final rulemaking is in place. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Fong and Commissioners. My name is Ratna Amin. I'm the Transportation Policy Director at SPUR. SPUR strongly supports these long overdue changes to the way that CEQA treats transportation impacts. We commend the Planning Department, SFMTA, and CTA for their leadership in working together on these important efforts to reform CEQA. You've heard all the problems with LOS over the last 50 years, and we've experienced them on a number of projects in the city and across the state. LOS also complicates and draws out process, which has led to us not having some of the projects we need implemented, transportation projects, which also drives up the cost of those projects. We thank staff for moving ahead and developing a sophisticated and implementable alternative to measuring LOS, which is VMT, which better aligns with the city's Transit First, Vision Zero, and environmental policies, rather than working at cross purposes with those policies. This is one of the most important and common sense transportation reforms that we could ask for, and we're just so grateful that you're hearing this today. Thank you for your support.
Next speaker, please. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Commissioners, President Fong. My name is Janice Lee, and I am the Advocacy Director at the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition. I'm also an Outer Sunset resident, and I have actually attended the last few Outer Sunset Parkside Residents Association meetings. I'm lucky to be able to have options of how I get around in the city, even though I live all the way out there about 8 miles from here. When I'm lazy or when it's raining like it is today, I put my bike away and take the 7 in. And we're really grateful to have a city where we can be so multimodal, but as you've heard from a lot of different folks here today, San Francisco needs to continue being a leader in that respect. So on behalf of our over 10,000 members of the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition, really urge the Planning Commission to pass this and adopt the reform from LOS to VMT today. The mission of the SF Bicycle Coalition is to promote the bicycle for everyday transportation, and that has often translated into active campaigning for bicycle projects throughout the city, from on-street bike corrals to physically protected bike lanes and more. Almost all of these actually require some level of environmental review, and we recognize the importance and need for environmental review as well as impact when they're not completed, and we're very painfully aware of that when that happened with the bike plan injunction, where no bike projects, no bike parking, racks, or anything could go in for about 5 years. With that said, reform is needed, and this is the most, as Ratna from SPUR just said, the most common sense thing that can be done. And so we hope that you pass this today, and we also want to express our gratitude and our thanks to a really coordinated city effort, and especially the Planning Department staff in having done so much work to bring this before you today. Thank you.
Mr. Thornley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andy Thornley, District 1 resident. You've already had lots and lots of testimony. I'm just going to pile on. I hope you will support this. I have, for most of my adult life, toiled professionally and privately as a neighbor and various other capacities in trying to develop sustainable, healthy, equitable streets in San Francisco for everyone's sake. And I have spent hours and hours of my life trying to get our practice of CEQA aligned with the policies of the city. So this is a great moment. I honestly just wanted to be here today when the question came to you, because you are the lead agency for the practice of CEQA, for the most part, some things not, but you're the folks in the body who decide what the environmental effects are that we care about as a city. You set the thresholds of significance. Here we are. We've got that moment. You've heard from members of the public that, and your staff that the state OPR still getting through the rulemaking process, and that does take time. But under CEQA, it's up to the localities to decide what matters. We don't have to wait for the state. We shouldn't wait for the state. We can as a city, and we should as a city, say, here is what we care about as an environmental effect, and here is a threshold that we're going to set. And so the question is to you today. We don't have to wait for the state. We shouldn't wait for the state. We've waited a long time. And I'm just thrilled that I've lived long enough that the question has come to you today, and I hope that you will resolve to take our practice of CEQA and make it more coherent and supportive of the goals of the city of San Francisco. Thank you.
Commissioners Andrew Junius, Ruben Junius, and Rose, and I'm going to pile on here for a minute, too. Wow, it's been a long ride. I remember when Bill Wyko rolled this out in 2003. We thought it would take a couple years. Well, a little bit longer than that. Congratulations to the Planning Department. Congratulations to the city family, all the departments, all the hard work that went into this. This really is, it sounds a little wonkish, but it is huge. The entitlement process takes this long. Huge chunk of that is CEQA. A huge chunk of that is transportation studies. And a huge chunk of the transportation study is the LOS mess. It should never have been adopted to begin with for urban areas. Thank God we're going to get rid of it. I urge you to please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Reinstein, Development and Communications Director for Livable City. On behalf of Livable City, I join the half-dozen-plus agencies and all of the fellow advocates in expressing our strong support for this resolution. It will reform San Francisco's environmental review process. VMT is a far better measure of environmental impact than LOS. It correlates directly to transportation-related environmental impacts, including greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, noise, and barriers to sustainable mobility. By using VMT as this measure, the Commission can help facilitate critical safety, accessibility, and transit performance projects, which include wider sidewalks, safer crossings, traffic calming in neighborhoods, bicycle lanes and paths, accessibility projects, transit lanes, and other transit priority measures. Walking, cycling, and public transportation are more space efficient than private autos. In order to move more people in San Francisco, as we well know that we need, and do so more equitably and sustainably, we need to reallocate road space to create complete networks for walking, cycling, and transit. By using LOS as the city's chief transportation measure, it often creates perverse feedback for projects which move more people and do so in a more environmentally benign way. Even though and they may create LOS impacts because LOS only looks at the car and not the people part of the picture. San Francisco must do its part to address the local and global threat posed by climate change and to foster local environmental quality and livability. LOS reform advances both these important goals, and we urge you to support the resolution before you today and take an important step towards a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? You can fill that out later if you want. Yeah.
Hi, my name is John Schwark. I'm here with the Bay Area Renters Federation today, and we'd like to support the change away from LOS. We think this is a bad tool that gets used to hamper development through CEQA squatting, where people actually just squat on CEQA law to stop any development in their areas, and we'd like to see it change. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed, and Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is wonderful legislation, and we see the ill effects of LOS type thinking that have prevailed in the Bay Area in the last 50 to 60 years. We see another bore in the Caldecott Tunnel, which moves the traffic a little faster but encourages more people to live beyond there because they can get there faster, and the same is true of almost all the proliferation of housing and even businesses in what were prior farmlands and agricultural lands and far away from almost anything else. So in suburban areas, it's very rare that anybody lives, works, and shops in those three things don't occur close to each other. So I think this will discourage sprawl. The only thing that could be said about LOS is there are instances where traffic is backed up on First Street going to the Bay Bridge, and you probably inhale more pollution as you walk along there with them hardly moving at all and just idling as you would if they did move quicker. But I think the solution to that is the solution of decreasing sprawl, moving more people closer to where they live, where they work, and where they shop, and I think this is the goal. I'm a little bit confused about how this is going to be, how this is evaluated, because I would assume you took surveys of people and came up with answers as to how far do you drive per day, and you asked residents, and then you asked businesses how far their employees drove. Maybe you can tell me how you got these numbers.
Yeah, Commissioner Antony, I think I know the answer to that question, but I'm actually going to defer to my colleagues at the Transportation Authority because they're the keepers of the model runs for this. Drew Cooper.
Afternoon, Commissioners. So the way that we prepared these maps that are the basis for our evaluation is that we hold a travel demand model. So this is a series of mathematical models that are based on observed patterns in people's travel behavior. So the foundational data for this is a statewide California household travel survey where we sent out, or we didn't, but the state sent out rather, travel surveys to households all the way across the state where they recorded their trips, they recorded the modes that they took, they recorded the places that they traveled to. We processed all of this data and used it to form a model where we use to predict how people will travel based on the land use patterns and travel options that are available to them. So we put into our model Bay Area land use, Bay Area people, Bay Area transportation options, and what comes out are travel patterns. And so from that we can observe VMT created by people based on these inputs.
Okay, so I would assume you do it both ways. You interview or take surveys of residents, and then you take surveys of businesses because you've got different models based upon, or actually three different. You had retail also.
So the actors in the model are people, just like in real life. People in the surveys that we use report where they go to work, they report where they go to shop, and we correlate these things with the type of land use that's there. So if I'm filling out a survey and I report that I go to work near Civic Center, and somebody else fills out a survey and also reports that they go to work near Civic Center, we're able to look at this area and see how many jobs there are here and use that as a factor in determining how people choose to come here. So all we've done in preparing these maps is that we have observed job locations, we've observed the people that travel to and from those job locations, and we've observed the VMT that they generate in those trips. Similar for retail and for households.
So it's a multi-question survey, so you find out where do you live, where do you work, and where do you shop, and then you kind of put together a matrix based upon that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, the one thing that I think is a little weird in this whole thing is maybe you're preaching to the choir. It's a little bit about our water use, because we use the smallest share of water per capita in San Francisco of anywhere in the Bay Area. And the survey looks like the average travel, I think, from using the home model was around 7 miles per day per participant. I would assume driving is what you're looking at, not traveling other ways of transportation, which is half of what it is in the rest of the Bay Area at 14 miles. But then when you're asking for improving, you're making us approve to even the same percentage of improvement as the other people who are really the bad guys. They're the guys who are polluting things a lot more because they're going 15 miles per person.
So, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Correct me if I have your question wrong, but in terms of how the state is directing us to look at this under CEQA, we are looking at the expected vehicle miles traveled per capita for new development based on its location, and comparing it to the regional average minus 15%. So essentially, we are not expecting that most projects in San Francisco are really going to need to improve at all, because that measure that they're gauged against is much higher than what would be expected for San Francisco projects. So San Francisco isn't subject to, having to improve to the same degree as a project in, say, Walnut Creek would need to.
Yeah, it was a little bit confusing because I looked at the maps and you had the western and southern part of San Francisco in the red. If they had to have a project, there had to be 15% better than what our current VMI is, then they would be above the 15%.
There are some locations in San Francisco now, prior to a number of changes that are going in place. There are some locations in San Francisco that are a little bit above that that threshold, and those are projects where they would need to make sure that there were certain trip reduction pieces in place, similar to actually, as we discussed under the TDM ordinance. Pretty much all projects in San Francisco are going to need to be more active about trip reduction under that effort. So we would expect that all locations would comply with that.
And in terms of new projects, either housing or retail or business, I think you have to be very careful to evaluate what this project brings to the table and where the residents were before, where the shoppers were before, where the employees were before, because you build a new project for housing and you have 100 units, and even if they have one-to-one parking, it's probably the cars get used about 1/6 of what they used to be used when the people lived in Newark and worked in, Moraga, just to use an example. So I think you have to really compare the impact, the positive impact that these projects will have against, the situation when the same number of people were in a sprawl location, and see how many people have moved from that area into the new project.
Absolutely, and that's why VMT aligns much better to other policies that emphasize infill development.
Yep. And then the TMS is going to help you make some significant improvements, like to begin thinking about building transit in its own right-of-way, subways, other things that will really get people to use public transportation.
There are a lot of transportation improvements that are underway or planned. Yeah. The TSP, and specifically the fee associated with it that has already been passed, is helping contribute to that effort.
Yeah, I think it has to be a priority, and we have to do as much as we can, because people are never going to take public transport. It takes them twice as long to get from one place to another, because we all live busy lives and we have a lot of things we have to do within a day's time, and we can't always spend all that time trying to travel somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, welcome back.
Thank you. Let's see if this will work. All right, great. So thank you. Nice to be back. This is exciting. I have a couple of quick questions. It's interesting that we're here. I wish I had been more part of the process. I actually really just learned about this in 2013. I was following SB 743. One of the public commenters mentioned it because of the arena in Sacramento, which was near a redevelopment project in Sacramento. And then I heard friends in the environmental advocacy field popping champagne corks when it was signed by the governor, and I wondered why, and now we're here today. So this is really exciting. I just have a couple of really quick questions. So it's really more for the MTA. So one of the things that was mentioned in the documents was that level of service would continue to be used in some cases for some projects. That was in our resolution and also in the documentation. So I just wanted to get a little bit of a quick overview of how level of service may continue to be used for transit projects, or what the MTA will plans to do with that measure. And then I have a couple other questions.
Commissioners, thank you, Victoria Wise. Level of service can be an important metric in measuring all kinds of things, and so our transportation engineers will use level of service sometimes for corridor projects, or where we have projects where we may have substantial traffic diversion, just to understand what's happening on the ground. So the difference, I think the distinction is it will no longer be used under CEQA, but that doesn't mean that it's a totally useless tool to evaluate transportation in the city. And so based on engineering judgment, depending on the type of project, we may be using it in the future.
Okay, great. And then maybe we can say a couple of the questions on MTA. So I suspected that might have been the answer. So I don't agree with this, but as you kind of alluded to, level of service is often used as a metric for accessibility, right? If you have wider roads, you can get there faster. You think an area is more accessible if you're going there by car. So what other measures or metrics of site circulation and accessibility are going to be commonly used? So, for example, one of the commenters said they come from the Sunset, right? They're about 8 miles out and they're coming in. Level of service would typically be, a proxy for how long it would take them to get from the Sunset to here. So if we're not using that anymore for CEQA, there's sort of not a void, but people have used that. So what replaces it as a metric or a way of sort of giving a proxy for how accessible and how free the circulation is in new projects?
I think the planning department and also the SFMTA really, when we talk about accessibility, really focus on looking on safety and how safe it is to get somewhere. But also, we often rely and look at our transit and reliability and transit travel time, for example, and how long it's going to take someone to get on public transit from place A to place B. And we focus lots of our projects on increasing transit reliability in the agency to help people minimize the amount of time it takes them to get places. We also, of course, definitely monitor congestion in the city and take a look where there are some specific engineering solutions where we can make safety improvements to facilitate really use of the road by cars, by pedestrians, bikes, by everybody.
Excellent, thank you. I think my next question might be for Sarah Jones, so thank you very much. Just a quick comment. This would be interesting for us as a planning commission because when we look at CEQA reviews for larger projects where a CEQA environmental impact review is necessary, we often use the level of service as our way of looking again at, okay, what's going to be the accessibility on that site. And as a planning commission, we often don't get many other metrics after that for our purposes to know what are going to be the impacts to people's ability to get to the area. So if there's any way to get transit travel time or other sort of metrics as part of our case reports or something, that would be helpful, because if it's not in an EIR anymore because we're not looking at level of service, we need some other measure that's helpful to us as we look at the project. So, Ms. Jones. One of the things that's interesting, I love the fact that we're doing this before the state finalizes, because I think there are many aspects of what the state's going to come out with that really don't apply to us. And one of those is the regional thresholds of significance and sort of looking at, percentages above and below that, because we're so far below regional thresholds for many areas that they don't really apply to us, right? And I was wondering, are we going to be looking at those thresholds of significance and sort of creating our own benchmarks for our legislation that will be separate from the state? Or are we looking at, I know we are, but are we going to be lowering below what we think the state will do?
That's not something that we're intending to do at this point. It is something that we talked about when we first saw, or that we thought about at the planning department at the MTA when we first saw where it was, because we felt like we did, as you say, feel like measuring against the regional average is pretty much going to rule out a lot of development in San Francisco, and we don't want to lose the tool of being able to improve projects. But we feel like there are better ways to get towards improving projects. That's really what the TDM ordinance is about. Even though compared to when you're talking about a statewide metric, compared to a statewide metric, San Francisco's great. Looking more at the city, the status quo isn't going to work for us indefinitely. We do need to improve things, further to keep people moving around with all of the growth that's expected. So that's why we want projects even that wouldn't have exceeded significance levels in the past under LOS to make some active improvement in their trip generation.
Okay.
Just in general, I would like to see threshold of significance be used as a tool as well, right? So you don't want to have a benchmark that's so high that it's meaningless because it doesn't apply to almost anything in the city except maybe one or two areas. So maybe lowering it will actually help us use it in the actual decision-making process, which would be fantastical.
One thing that we are intending to do when the state does complete its process is come back to the Planning Commission with sort of a status report and a check saying, okay, now the state has set where they are, do we want to default to the state or do we want to, sort of move on our own course at that point. So that is what we would intend to do and how we would intend to continue to be part of the state process.
Okay, awesome. Last question for you, Ms. Jones. One more. So it'll be really helpful, for me at least, to sort of have a real life example of how this would work. So hopefully this isn't too broad of a question, but I'm thinking like the 2nd Street Improvement Project. When we reviewed that EIR, obviously level of service was still the metric that we're using. And so if that project had been in the future, it would have been VMT. Are there any examples you could give of a project like that of where what would have changed because we're using VMT as a measure of impact versus level of service, or not using automobile, trips?
So some of the projects that we know of that we are expecting will be substantially affected by this would be the 6th Street Improvement Project, which is meant to provide for some major safety improvements on that very high-risk corridor. We are not at this point anticipating that would need an environmental impact report, although it would under a level of service threshold. So that's a big one. Also, the Stockton Street project is one that we expect the analysis would change if we make this conversion to the Stockton Street, making the winter walk permanent. I'm blanking on the name of the project at the moment. But I am glad that you brought up 2nd Street. That was an interesting one because we found a level of service impact, and there was also a loading impact. And I had an interesting conversation with somebody at SFMTA who said, if we weren't doing an EIR on 2nd Street for LOS, we would have made that project not have a loading impact. And so that kind of raises one of the factors that LOS brings about, which is if you're doing an EIR anyway, it actually, in our experience, disincentivizes making other improvements in a project. If you can't avoid an EIR, why make your project better other ways? Why avoid other impacts? So that is one of the less tangible benefits that we do hope to see is actually better projects.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good point. And then just finally, I know Candlestick got mentioned a couple times. I'm not sure that this is actually going to help over there because Candlestick Point was designed with regional retail in mind, and it's right next to 101. So I just wanted to make that comment that it's going to be, a little bit different over there.
And there are going to be projects in San Francisco that have significant VMT impacts. And that's okay. And that's something that decision makers such as yourself should understand and should have information that they should have available to them as to what kind of impact the project would have on a regional level.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
It was a pile-on, and I appreciate everybody, other than I think one speaker, supporting this. I do as well. I think the word the Little City gentleman said was reform. I think it's definitely time for reform. This is a much more relevant measure today. It actually, I think, measures more of the impact on the environment than level of service. It's where the state's going. Hopefully it's where the world's going to go. Not only does it provide a more complete look at the environment, it's going to hold true that, as I keep saying over and over, the more parking spaces that we provide, the more cars we're going to encourage and the more VMT. So I like the fact that there's a real connection there. I look forward to the presentations in the future on the shift in the invest portion of your program. Thank you. And great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yes, thank you all for this. I know making changes to CEQA is not always easy. We've experienced that here on other items. Even kind of smart common sense measures like this are difficult, and I think that's why it took a decade plus. So thank you for all of you who've advocated for this and pushed for it. It makes our job a lot easier looking at these documents and reading them, and trying to make sense of why good policy sometimes doesn't make sense in a CEQA document, and the LOS measures a bit of a head scratcher when we've looked at these documents in the past. So I think it makes our job a lot easier. So I'm very supportive. One question, in order to get kind of the widespread impact this should have statewide or even regionally, it's not just San Francisco that's going to adopt this, embrace this, and I'm glad we're leading the charge in that. It's other counties and cities and around the region. Do we think they're embracing it like we are, holding these hearings and having everybody kind of sing Kumbaya, or is it going to be a little more difficult in some of the, or in other parts of the region?
I would say we are certainly at one end of the spectrum in terms of the embrace of it. And actually, part of the reason that the state process has taken a little bit longer is that even though SB 743 mandated moving away from level of service, different cities are at different places in terms of their readiness to switch over, and in terms of how they stack up against a regional metric. So I think there are some communities that are going to be rushing into it. I know that there are a number of cities that are really positioning themselves to be able to take the change right away, and some of them are kind of holding out tooth and nail. One thing that's in this latest draft of the guidelines is that the state is giving cities essentially a transition period to move into it. So I do hope that as the movement picks up steam and more places see that this can work and that we can still capture and disclose all of the impacts that people care about, there will be more and more movement and embrace of it.
Great, thank you.
Director Ram.
Thank you. Just a note, just to add my thanks to Sarah, especially, who has been championing this for a long time and really pushed to have us move forward today. I think we're probably the first large city in the state to do this. And to MTA and TA and to the staffs for all their work. I think what's important to remember here is that this is beneficial to a lot of public projects as well as private projects, and I think that's a real significant, especially to transportation projects. There's a certain irony in having to look at level of service impacts when we're trying to make transit move more quickly. So I do think that this reform really has a huge benefit to the city's public projects as well. So I'm very supportive and would really encourage us to move forward today on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Congratulations to all. You already had everybody's support in February, so today it's just topping it off. And it's great to hear that it's such a streamlined, coordinated city effort. That makes me feel extremely good, because many people often complain that the city is sinking and acting in silos. This exactly proves the opposite, particularly with you affirming that we are the first city, and it makes so much common sense as far as transportation reform goes. Obviously, it is much in line with California's CEQA goals from day one on. LOS sounds kind of like old-fashioned when you look at it now. So I'm really happy to support it and move to approve. Or recommend approval, or do we
adopt?
Adopt. There's adopting. Adopt.
Okay, that's what we do.
Second.
There's no other discussion, Commissioners, on that motion than to adopt the proposed level of service reform. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0.
Okay. Jones, I believe the next item is going to be a fairly long item. To ask Commissioner if they want to take a medium-sized break here for the next item. Thank you.
For a candlestick?
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, March 3rd, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. To please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 8 for case number 2015-013111CWP, the Candlestick Point Design for Development amendments.
Good afternoon, President Fong, members of the Commission. I'm Matt Snyder of Department Staff. Before you are amendments to the Candlestick Point's Design for Development document that we commonly refer to as the D for D. We were here with Lennar and OCII staff in November and provided you with an informational presentation and an update on where the project as a whole is in their status and their moving forward. We had mentioned at that time that we would be back before you for an approval of the Design for Development document, and here we are. As you know, this project received its master approvals about 6.5 years ago. It included CEQA approvals for amendments to the general plan and creating a specific sub-area plan for Candlestick, rezoning, amendments to the redevelopment plans for the Bayview Hunters Point plan, and a cooperation agreement between planning and OCII, or then redevelopment, along with your approval of the Design for Development document. And within your approval, we established the requirement that any amendments thereto would also be back before you. Other approvals at that time for which the Planning Department was not an approving body included the disposition and development agreements, various land exchanges, configuration and financing approvals, along with other amendments to other city codes which are not under the jurisdiction of the Planning Department. As you know, Candlestick Point is still within an active redevelopment project area. Therefore, approvals, most of the approvals that allow construction and coordination of implementation of development happens through our sister agency, OCII. However, planning staff is consulted per this agreement, the cooperation agreement, at some key stages of approvals. And the other thing for which we maintain some approval authority is with this Design for Development document, which is before you today. Lennar Urban, who is the master developer for the proposal, has applied to OCII for what they call sub-phase applications for essentially the retail center, which was to be the hub, or which is to be the hub of the Candlestick Point development, along with some surrounding blocks. Because, as is understandable, the size of this project and the long-term build-out of it, there were some changes to the project description for which they are seeking. And so in doing so, they have to go back, or we have to go back, and we have to relook at some of the implementing documents, including the D for D. OCII, with consultation from planning, has prepared an environmental addendum to the original environmental documents. The addendum establishes that with a couple of minor changes to two of the mitigation measures, there are no new impacts as otherwise described in the environmental. Acknowledging the document and its conclusions are incorporated into the motion before you. So for the actual D for D, amendments to the D for D we provided you with a staff report and with an outline of what those changes are. But I'm going to describe it very generally and let the master, the urban designer who was the original author of the D for D, go through those changes with you in more detail. They essentially kind of fall under three general categories: substantive changes, which includes some height changes along some of the main streets, which we thought was appropriate, both in terms of urban design and also providing the possibility of additional housing. There was the movement of three of the towers, one of which I will be back to describe a little bit later, and then some changes to the configuration of some of the streets, including at the Candlestick Retail Center. We work very closely with OCII staff and with Lennar Urban and looking at these changes. And in the end, we believe that the changes are in keeping with the original spirit of the original proposal. We believe that the changes still reflect good urban design as originally proposed and are consistent with the general plan. Therefore, we are recommending approval of the amendments as they are before you. As I had mentioned, that one of the substantive changes are the moving of 3 of the 12 towers that are proposed for Candlestick Point. 2 of the towers we think clearly really make it minimal difference to the overall urban design character of the developments. The 3rd tower I'll touch upon as well, what we refer to as Tower G, which was originally proposed within the retail center and has now been proposed to move to the outskirts of that retail center. Some correspondence between State Parks, who manages the state park which surrounds the development, and OCII was forwarded to, I believe, yesterday. I want to touch upon that slightly. State Parks, as you see, is unhappy with the change to Tower G. However, I want to, just for the record, indicate what planning's perspective is on that. We do not share State Park's concern. I think we always understood that as a part of this development, the visual character of the area of town would be changing. It would become much more urban. We often looked forward to the interaction between the State Park and a more clearly defined urban edge that would be this new development. We think this one change in this one tower is not significant, and so we are recommending that it stay as it is. Lennar, in exploring some ways that could shorten that tower, provided us with some possible shorter squatter towers that, quite frankly, we just thought were unsuccessful. And even though it may have minimized the viewpoint from which State Park seems to be concerned, it had other aesthetic detrimental effects to the overall project. Therefore, planning along with OCI staff and Lennar believe that the best recommendation is to move forward as it is being proposed in the design for development before you now. This concludes my presentation. Several folks are here also to talk about it. David Tom, who as I mentioned, from IBI, who is essentially the author of this D4D as it was originally proposed some years ago, is here and will walk through with you the changes. Also here, Lila Hussain, Tamsin Droom for OCIA staff. If you have questions from them, Suhail Toda, Therese Brecky from from Lennar Urban are also here. From the Hunters Point Shipyard C4C Citizen Advisory Committee, Pastor Bell, Dr. Honeycutt, and Linda Richardson are also here to provide comments. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Planning Commissioners, John Rim. My name is David Tom. I'm the Master Planner and Urban Design, Coordinating Urban Designer for the Candlestick and Hunters Point projects. As Matt mentioned, I was the original author for the D4Ds, and I'll walk you through the proposed changes. Can you? Is it possible to get on this? Oh, thank you very much. All right, there's three parts to this presentation. The first of it is a fairly high-level overview of the changes being made to the D4D, and then there's a bit more focus on the building heights, and then finally the tower locations. The approval process, we're here today to seek approval for the D4D changes, and then from there we go to OCII for the same thing, and there are some companion documents that are being synchronized together with the D4D, and they will also be before OCII, and then finally the subphase of Candlestick. There are 3 tiers it's been examined in 3 tiers. I believe all of you got in your packages these 11 by 17 sheets, which are just mind-numbing to look at. And the The Tier 1 are what are considered to be substantive changes. Tier 2 are what referred to as refinements and clarifications, and those are mostly sort of tightening up the way in which the guidelines would be applied. So it provides a bit tighter control over certain aspects that were more qualitative when we originally conceived them in 2010. And then Tier 1, which are really editorial updates. They kind of took the Canadian language out of it and replaced it, and that was the tier basically the tier 3. The Tier 1, there are 3 towers. I'll come to those in a moment and explain to them in more detail. And then there are some height increases within the phase 1, the major phase 1 application for Candlestick, in 2 locations, one a corner location and then along the perimeter streets. The Tier 2 changes. As I mentioned, there's, I'll just go through these quickly. Signage. The main change is in addition to the signage, which talks about new technologies of signage which just simply weren't around and leading up to 2010 when the D4Ds were put together. It also merges. We had separate signage guidelines that sort of separated out residential and commercial. They're more merged because the project is very much mixed use. There are clarifications to the height and massing. Some minor changes to the street cross sections, which aligned them more with San Francisco standards. For example, we have these mid-block laneways, sometimes pedestrian mews, but they're used for fire access. So the minimum standards that were in the D4D in 2010 did not meet the minimum standards for fire access. And we've increased the block depths, and I'll point this out on a diagram. It just has to do with the phasing of the first phase. And then the minor ones, all tier 3. When this project was conceived in 2010, there was a lot of reference to a stadium and a non-stadium option. That's been cleaned out. And there was Jamestown, which was incorporated in. That's not really being covered by the master developer, so it's separated out as its own separate set of guidelines. And then, as I said, there's just a whole lot of sort of small editorials where the T's were dotted and the I's were crossed, and now the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. The Candlestick Point Major Phase 1 project. This is just a reminder of the scope and scale of the project, and a lot of the refinements in the document, the D4D document, have come about by virtue of linking some of the design intent of this initiative with the D4D document. This is the major land use phase, and what I'll point out is that the perimeter red line, this project is referred to, if you look at the red part of it, which is the retail center, the coming together of the triangle is referred to as home plate, and then there's the first baseline and the third baseline. One of the changes at home plate, that had always been envisioned as a performing arts center to be a more substantial building, and so the guidelines really reflect the ability to have a bit more height there to be able to really give that corner prominence. And then along what's referred to as first base and third baseline, Ingerson and Harney, the phasing line has been moved out to make the blocks a little bit bigger. When this was originally conceived, there was a very thin line of retail across the street because we always wanted to be built along with the major center. The phasing is now, there's more substantial development happening across the street, so the block sizes have been increased in size. There are other important related initiatives that go along with this. The landscaping, the extension, the urban design improvements on Gilmore, which is an important linkage that links the community through the Candlestick lands to the water. The Alice Griffiths development, which is part of this, the addition of the community gardens, and then the initial Wedge Park, which is a major bus, also a bus mall as well as park space. The building heights, I don't expect you to read anything on the guidelines on this, except the little clouded area in red on the right-hand diagram shows the area in which these building height changes are being contemplated. This is the Performing Arts Building at the corner. There's been some additional design development for that, and we're looking to increase the height to 120 feet to provide more flexibility just to accommodate the types of uses that are in there, and I think it's consistent with the original design intent of having a significant building, a significant public building at that corner. The heights along Ingerson and Harney, this is moving from 65 feet to 80 feet. Part of that has to do with the height of the retail base. The minimum height of the retail base in the 2010 guidelines was at 12 feet. It's now been raised to 20. So a portion of that has been taken up by trying to ensure that there's quite a prominent retail face along the streets. And it also allows the ability to have variation in height, flexibility in height, which has always been one of the design intents of the guidelines. So it provides that variation, but it allows the ability to have increased height on the retail. The idea is still to have quite a variety and character along both of those streets, and here is another example where the flexibility to go to 85 feet, it allows for higher units. It allows for an upper level that has access to roof gardens. It creates a more varied and rich experience, but it still maintains the notion of having a very strong street wall along both of these important streets. The proposed tower relocations. There are three that I'll refer to specifically. Tower G is the one that has drawn the most attention. Tower G was originally conceived internal within the retail center. The phasing of the retail center and the phasing of the tower are not in sync anymore. And the nature of the pedestrianization of that zone, it really makes it difficult to get vehicular access to that tower. So the idea is to move it out to the edge along Aurelius Walker, and also combine it and put it in the same location as the hotel. That allows and there's still that tower has not yet been designed, but it allows flexibility to go after different markets. Lennar has had conversations with the seniors development. Having proximity to the hotel makes a lot of sense, as it does for other markets. So that is something that we feel is a good move. It's a good programmatic move, and it's a good move for phasing. And I'll talk a little bit more about what the implications of those. The other two towers are simply moving across that pedestrian muse. They're outside of the first phase, so they're sort of jumping across that pedestrian muse mid-block break. The distances. The one tower. This shows the distances. 900 feet. Am I going to be cut off?
Will you have a 10-minute presentation for this?
Okay. So that's fine, though. How many more slides do you have, or how far into it are you?
I have maybe 5 or 6 more slides.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, I forgot completely about the 10-minute cutoff.
No problem. Why don't we stop here? We'll bring it open to public comment, and commissioners may have questions for you, unless commissioners are deeply interested in seeing these.
No.
You know what? Let's give him another 3-4 minutes here. And conclude. This is an important. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies.
Thank you.
Can we go back to the? Can I go back to my screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the three towers in question. This is where they were in the 2010 document. This is where they are in the 2016 document today. This puts all of the towers into context. So that one tower is now 500 some odd feet away from the state park line, but you can see the distances vary from 600 feet down to a series of them that are 70, 80 feet from the state park line. So just that just puts it into sort of context of the other towers. And then this is a little sort of analysis that looks at the impact of where it was. The middle one shows just taking the same tower and moving it, and the one on the right-hand side shows if you change the orientation of the tower, how you can use architectural, which hasn't been designed yet, but the architectural guidelines encourage that kind of initiative to make sure that the interface between the park and the buildings are appropriate. And then finally, that's one view, but there's a panorama across, of course, across the entire site. This is it's almost imperceptible from the south in terms of the moves of the tower, so there's really little impact there. And the same thing from across from Hunters Point. Again, it's very, very minor in terms of its impact, virtually nothing. And then this just shows there was one main view from the hill, and from Bayview Hill, and that move significantly improves the view to the ocean. I won't go into the shadow comparisons. This is the December shadows. I won't go into that. And then finally, just a little comment on the state park, that the state park was intended to sort of be part of as the area transformed to have an urban edge to it. And this is some of the words from the policy document from state parks. And these are just some examples of areas where there's an interface of a very large park that continues to have a sort of a quiet sort of portion to it, but also is part of a very animated city in Vancouver I know well, which is where I'm from. And that concludes my presentation. Apologies for the overrun. I completely forgot about that.
Thank you very much. Okay, unless there's something else from staff, we'll open up to public comment. Stephen Musolani, Linda Richardson, Durf Butler, and Josiah Bell.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Steve Musolami. I am the Manager of Planning and Design for California State Parks for Northern California. And I am here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of California State Parks regarding the tower relocations within Candlestick Point redevelopment project. I would like to begin by stating that California State Parks does not oppose the relocation of towers J and K, and understand that an urban park, even an urban state park, will be influenced by large urban structures to an extent. Regarding the relocation of Tower G, however, we adamantly oppose this change to the 2010 final EIR for the Candlestick Point redevelopment for the following reasons. First, the relocation of Tower G would have adverse impact on the existing character of the area of Candlestick Point State Recreation Area known as Lasport, and the visitor experience there. This change in tower location would be inconsistent with the goals and guidelines of the park's 2012 general plan, which was approved by the California State Parks and Recreation Commission. Secondly, the 2015 Tower G scenario is 8 stories higher than the past Candlestick Stadium light standards. That analysis was addressed earlier, and has significantly more mass. We are not objecting to the change from stadium to redevelopment, only location of the tower. And lastly, this location impacts the park visitors' experience as a transition away from urban development and into the natural respite, which again is inconsistent with the approved general plan for Candlestick State Point Recreation Area. So to summarize, State Parks objects to the Tower G relocation. We are, however, enthusiastic about the future of the redevelopment in an enhanced park. Our collaboration with OCII and Lennar Urban up to this time has been very positive, and we understand that being good neighbors is needed for the next 20 years to accomplish an experience that residents of the region and all of California can enjoy. We are open to maintaining and enhancing this relationship. Thank you for the opportunity to share these concerns from California State Parks. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Great, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners, and Director Ram. My name is Linda Fidiki Richardson, longtime Baby Hunters Point resident, and also the former chair of Land Use Planning and Transportation for the Project Area Committee under the San Francisco Development Agency. We spent decades working with Lennar and the community, and my fellow colleagues will be speaking after me, and trying to help to formulate the land use concept for this area. Earlier, you were having your meetings on the TSP, the Transportation Sustainability Plan. And one thing that I was just sitting there, the Lennar project, the Candlestick project, took all the models of the TSP into considerations. We knew about the planning back then. And so we had the privilege of working with San Francisco County Transportation Authority, and I'm glad that Tilly Chan, who spoke earlier, is the director. And just imagine all the time we've had in really looking. The plan that you have right now, given the fact that this all started 2010, you've had all this opportunity to revise the area. This is a mixed-use project. That is going to maximize transportation, abilities, job, just about everything, housing that all of you are talking about here. This is a model project that's taking all those into considerations, including open space. So without even going to further details, we are urging you, because everyone is listening to you now, because your commission is actually leading the state of California on land use issues. The TSP, as Commissioner Moore mentioned before, you are the first one to be leading that. You are the first one to be leading affordable housing in California, even after the dissolution of the California Redevelopment Agencies. So you are on record as the leader, not only in transportation, in retail, in mixed-use development, and I just hope that sometimes all the misinformation that are out there, that you could be more aggressive in letting people know that you not only know what you're doing, but you are part of the solution in the state of California. There's no any other city that comes even close, and they all have the same kind of challenges and issues that we have. So I want to give you the encouragement that this is a model project here. You find a fine developer, you have the community support. We have a fine plan here that others are emulating. Please pass this now, and let's move on with the next phase. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
President Fong, Commissioners, my name is Durf Butler. My company has the blessing of managing the construction assistance program out at the Hunters Point Shipyard for Phase 1 and Phase 2. And I just wanted the Commission to know that there has been a dramatic impact on minority and women and veteran-owned businesses in the district participating on these projects that are going on out there. And we would like to see this project continue to move forward because of all of the economic impact it's creating in the community and will continue to create in the community. And having said that, it's important to understand that you have not few but hundreds of local businesses from the area that are currently working and participating and supplying supplies and various services to this project. And with this moving forward, that can continue and grow by building capacity and experience for these companies to continue to not only compete and work in their community, but work citywide. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Commissioners. I had throat surgery not too long ago, but Commissioner Fong and all the other commissioners, I'm Pastor Josiah Bell. How can I say it? I've been in Hunters Point ever since I was a youngster, and I'm now in my 60s. So this project, there's been a lot of ambivalence about this project. Our committee, the Mayor's Hunters Point Citizens Advisory Committee, we've been there from the inception, and we've seen the progress that has gone on and the study improvement and communication. I want to just commend Lennar and OCII for how you've allowed us to have input. I can see many changes in the drawings, many changes that we have pushed for. I applaud Lennar. They had plans before and they came back with them because we weren't pleased with the way they were going. They came back. We had a tremendous amount of input, and we are very pleased to see the changes that have been made. In terms of the state park comment, as I say, I've been there. I was there before. Nobody cared anything about state parks or parks at all in the Bayview area. And now all of a sudden, with all the progress, all the jobs and everything that's being created, everybody seems to be coming unglued and talking about the people from other parts of the state coming in and having the beauty of looking at the state park land there. Well, where were you 20 years ago when we were talking about state park improvements and things like that? So I'm like, hey, let's move forward with this project. I understand that everybody has to have some input into this issue. However, I think it's crucial that this project moves forward, that the jobs, the opportunities for small business, and that the overall improvement for our area out there continues to go forward. Thank you very much, and I urge you to pass this resolution, and let's continue to work. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Veronica Honeycutt, the chair of the CAC for the Shipyard. You have heard from my colleague, Pastor Josiah Bell, who is the co-chair of our Housing Committee, and our committee has put in quite a bit of time, and you know that, in looking at this project. This is the second time you have seen me in terms of this particular matter. I also hope that you're in receipt of my letter from the CAC, which indicated that we have reviewed the information which has been presented by OCII, by Lennar Urban, and by the other individuals with whom we interact. We have looked at this at the subcommittee level. We have looked at this at our full sessions, and we do understand the ramifications of the changes that are being proposed through this amendment. In terms of the state park issue with the tower, we understand that the state parks folks have been conciliatory partners in the past, and we are sure that upon examination of their reasons for the positioning of this particular tower, that we will be able to come to some agreement. In fact, we are insisting that the state parks folks work in a continued conciliatory fashion in order to make this I'm going to be clear with you about this. We want forward movement. We have done our job as a CAC for the Shipyard. Some of our folks have been there, I told you this before, for 20 years, making sure that land which was languishing there did not continue to languish. We want to make sure that people who are there in the community have an opportunity to remain. We want to welcome the new people who would be in that area of the city, which will probably end up being a city within the city, and we expect the state parks folks to do whatever is necessary so that we can make sure that this moves forward. We obviously approve the amendments, and we sincerely and strongly urge you to do likewise. Thank you so much.
Is there any additional public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed, and Commissioner Moore.
The plan is a strong plan, has been a strong plan, and I think the reiterative quality of what we're looking at further proves it to be a strong plan. It doesn't all fall apart when changes occur, but it informs itself over time to some changes in conditions. And I think the level of detail by which it has been re-examined is assuring. including the fact that the same firm, IBI, with Mr. David Tom, continues to lead the charge. That, for me, is money in the bank. That's credibility. I think the move of two of the towers is, I think, highly noticeable. It moves across a muse. The one question I would like is Mr. Tom to come, Tom to speak a little bit more to what challenges state parks have presented to you. State parks, I think, is an extremely important player in the overall composition of where we are. The stewardship and ringing the shoreline with a state park, I think, is powerful and gives the project credibility and a permanent edge, which I'm delighted about. Having shoreline parks which are not under the jurisdiction of the port requires another stewardship, and we have that here. Mr. Tom, would you take us a little bit more through some of the challenges which were posed by the state and respond how proximity of the tower to the state park's edge, the perception of people wanting to be in nature versus now seeing a taller building, how you respond to that? How have design guidelines or more focus on shaping the tower been adopted in your change documents? I'd just like to hear a little bit more because I understand both sides and want to really hear a convincing argument from you.
Sure. Well, from a broad perspective, the relationship with state parks has been very positive. Yes. I think there's a recognition that the context is changing. It's becoming a park in an urban setting, and there was a lot of discussion about the edges, how the interface between the urban development and the park and the detail of that, how that would be pedestrian focused, how it would be accessible, how you would have the people living across the street from the park would contribute to the sort of safety of the park, eyes on the street. There's been a lot of detailed design in the buildings to ensure that happens. And the relationship from the broadest sense of the urban design, the extension of some of the aspects, the urban design elements out into the park, and conversely back in as well, the wedge parks, the meshing of that, so it's not just a hard line, there's a much softer line in terms of the borders between it. And the towers themselves, the design of the towers is, there is no difference, I would say, in the treatment and the consideration with respect to state parks and a visitor as there is for somebody who's walking through the development or lives in the development. That good design is important. It is pervasive throughout all aspects of the guidelines and the D for D, from the broadest sense of the skyline and how it's viewed from the skyline, right into the detail of the towers, in particular the base of the towers. This particular tower that's in question, there's a series of towers that there's sort of three sort of rough approximate distances of towers. Some are in the sort of 500 to 600 range. This one happened to be 900 feet away, but there was some in the sort of 600 range. There was some in a sort of a band of about 200, and then there were three that are within 70, 80 feet of the edge. All of those have differing impacts. The ones that have the most impact are the ones that are the closest, and the impact is not the viewing of the tower. The impact is what happens with the architecture of the base of the tower and how that works with the landscaping, how that works with the streetscape. Those are probably the ones that have the biggest impact. The ones that are further away, there's no difference, absolutely no difference, on the impact of that tower G from the other towers that form that ring, or that are the towers that are in that sort of 500 to 600 foot range away from the park. So there is no impact whatsoever. And quite frankly, I really don't understand the significance of this particular one relative to the other ones. Now, there's no question the view of it is different, but we tried to illustrate in the views that people look in sort of more of a panoramic sense. There's never a view that isolates just one building. It's you're looking from from side to side. And so the impact of that tower and the visual impact of that tower is really not, there's not a negative aspect to it. It's part of the landscape, it's part of the skyline, it's part of the backdrop of that park. And that backdrop, when we try to look at other precedents of urban parks, I think it is going to be a dramatic backdrop, but it's very different. It's different than the examples we showed you. We tried to find ones that showed an urban interface. And this one is actually quite unique because the dominant urban interface is not the towers. We're talking about, the other parks we're showing are significant towers. These are towers that are strategically placed in a landscape of much lower buildings. And they're strategically placed relative to views from the distance, the context with the Bayview Hill, the context of how you see it from afar relative to the skyline of the city. All of those were important elements. None of those have been compromised. All of that remains the same. And when I look at these changes from the original intent, none of the fundamental principles have changed. And so, in answer to your question, I really don't understand why this one particular tower would be of such significance when it's part of a family of 12 that together form a composition that's part of a background that has many, many layers to it. And as these towers are designed, I showed in the one illustration, that you can, in the refinement of the design, you can slightly change the orientation, which reduces the impact of the views. You can change the architecture. You can change the top of how the tower is shaped. The guidelines are all in there to encourage that to happen. In fact, more than encourage to happen, they've become really tightened up, that it's much easier to make it very clear that that is what is required, and that level of design refinement is extremely important. We're not at that yet, but the guidelines will enable that to happen.
I think for you to continue to keep that in mind, that the massing, I think, where the tower is, how it groups with the others, is not changed. In a way, perhaps it's even better because it will all towers will read as individual towers with lower-rise foreground, so you'll never see the tower on its own to start with. So I'm comfortable with your explanation, and I'm glad that you do bring that sensitivity of how the tower is designed ultimately that will shape the appearance and the impression. We are across a major street. We're beyond the intersection of Aurelius Walker and Harney Way, so there will always be another foreground. 560 feet, I think, is the dimension at the moment. I'm glad you went through that, which gives me a much larger level of comfort that indeed it is not a real significant change. There may be other reasons of why the state is concerned, but I do not believe that it has a direct impact on the park, partially because we all operate at a completely different view cone than looking up to see the top of a tall building. Our eyes are literally at the 5th, 6th floor level when we look at what's around us, so I'm not that concerned. There's only one point, but that is my own personal aspirations about the Bay Area. You have a view from Bayview Hill Park down over the water across the way. I regret that any of the towers, in this particular case it shows J, breaking the outline of the ridge line in the far distance. I had always hoped, and it was the planning ideal of the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, that the surrounding hills that scribe the skyline when you have a 360-degree view, wherever you stand at the bay's edge, would always be the ultimate line. But we are breaking it with Treasure Island, and we're breaking it here with Tower J. But that is my own personal feeling. I just thought I'll squeeze it in there. Otherwise, otherwise I'm very comfortable with your explanation of the plan. And the one last question I have is, are you seeing for the Film and Art Center the Metreon as being an analog? I have a Film and Art Center for me is a more lower building. Are you using the Metreon as an idea for that?
Quite honestly, I can't. I'll have to let Therese.
Right. Quite honestly, we expect the Film Arts Center to be much, much more than a Metreon. I mean, certainly there will be films, but there will be film festivals there. And in fact, we'll be talking to the Film Commission about establishing an office there. So it truly will be an opportunity to do first-run films, to do testing of films, and so it's truly going to be an arts center, much, much more than simply a movie theater.
Thank you so much. I think this is a great plan. I always liked it because it's not just development. This is about extending the city in its most, I think, comprehensive way. It's a great plan, and I'm in full support.
Thank you. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, thank you for the further explanation. Just a question. I mean, I think I agree with you and the folks from State Parks. I mean, the big change here is moving from a state park that rings a parking lot in a stadium to ringing a neighborhood. And I think the change in height is really imperceptible when we, especially when you layer on the design elements. I don't think it will have an impact. And so I hope you all can kind of get beyond this issue and kind of get at issues that I think will matter, at a more finer grain level, how people access the park and things like that. I think will be much more important to this than a tower you see in the distance. In your presentation, which I don't think you touched on when you talked, was this discussion about the 10,000 square foot floor plate versus the 12,000 square foot floor plate. Was that just showing a potential alternative of lowering the heights and kind of fattening up the building that could have
that had been one of the items that had been an approach that had been discussed and ultimately rejected. Certainly we weren't encouraging it, and the planning department, when they ended up looking at it, felt as well that a slender building was more appropriate than a bigger building.
Yeah, and I fully agree. So I'm glad that's where that landed with that 10,000 square foot floor plate. And then on the height, in those smaller height increases, like the 80, the more the 65 feet to 80 feet, what we're used to seeing here is a 15-foot retail height. And then, so a 65-foot building would have, 5 stories above a 15-foot retail. So my concern when I first saw this was the 80 feet squeezing the retail, but you explained it's actually going the other way. And
Yes.
So the intention is to basically add one floor and get a more gracious.
No, it's not adding a floor. It's adding additional height to enable the retail to be at 20 feet, and you can still do 5 floors of residential above. So the idea is not to add an additional floor. The idea is to have the ability to have the increase in height for the retail, which is, I think, through a lot of discussion, was deemed that was a more appropriate height. And you start to look at the retailers that in more detail, it's more appropriate for them, gives them more flexibility in terms of the store design, and I think it creates a better streetscape. And having that sort of zone in there then allows for that variation, so you can still have the variation of the at the upper levels.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Moore. I'm supportive of the changes and appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So I think we've covered the state park and the building design quite a bit. I just have a couple other questions that are much smaller. Again, super supportive of the project, so many years and so much effort into this. I'm looking forward to moving it forward. But just real quick, so the first one is, I noticed that some of the tower movement in this plan was because to improve access to the buildings, and one of the in the preceding D4D, one of the issues that came about because of the tower locations there was street widening to have access for fire and police, et cetera, to some of the towers that were a little bit more inside Aurelius Walker. And so my question is, do those street configurations have to remain now that you've pushed some of the towers closer to the outer edges of the project so that there's better access?
No, it's just the one tower that's being pushed to the outer edge of the project, Tower G, and that does provide access, which under the current design of the retail center would make it very challenging to do, and also the phasing, it's out of sync with the phasing, because it hasn't been resolved. It's a separate project from the retail center. So moving it to the outside and putting it on the edge rather than putting it into the middle just facilitates can get on with the initial phase.
Okay, so the street configurations are going to remain as they were
Yes,
sort of
yeah.
shifted. Okay, and then just real quick, the second question is again, it's still considered redevelopment, so it's a little bit different than things that we see. But I noticed that one of the changes in Tier 1 was to add a height increase for ground level so that you could have ground level retail be 20 feet high instead of 15 feet high. And here at the Planning Commission, we've dealt with that more than I would care to admit with projects in SOMA, and people sort of saying, well, developers are taking that height increase and putting it into residential rather than the intended sort of ground floor increases. So can you just talk about, or maybe it's other staff from Lennar, can you guys match the language in this D4D to what we have in other areas to sort of preclude that sort of being an issue, or do you anticipate that there might be an issue with that?
I think I can only answer it in this way, in that here we are going to be very specific that that's a requirement. I think there may, in some cases in the planning code that maybe I'm not entirely familiar with, in some cases there's been questions about how to interpret what was previously legislated. Here we're going to be very explicit so that it is a 20-foot height requirement.
On the ground floor?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I agree with the other commissioners, and I think the reciting of Tower G makes a lot of sense. You're moving it to which was about the 50-yard line in the middle of the stadium to right up against the hill or up against Jamestown. So I think it's less obtrusive. If I were looking at it from somewhere around the parkland, you'd see this tower standing out by itself. Now it's going to kind of blend in with the hill. So I think from a visual standpoint, makes a lot more sense. It's also up on even more stable ground than would be the case if it was down further, although you're going to have to deal with that anywhere on that area as you get further out into the parking lot area. But this is, and I think it makes a lot of sense, and the fact it's still 560 feet away as opposed to 900 feet is, negligible. It doesn't make any sense to me why there's any difference. The other thing I want to comment on, and I notice it's not part of what's before us today, but one page talks about your transit plans, and I guess there's bus rapid transit that's supposed to come in and go along Harney, and then I guess what will be the continuation of Harney and then jog over to Aurelius Walker, go across the bridge, and it appears to go on Crisp and then sort of dead end in the middle of the Hunters Point shipyard area. But I think this should be a continuous loop that goes back out through Ennis, through Cargo, and all the other streets, and connects up with the 3rd Street Light Rail, because you've got a situation where you're not allowing car traffic over the bridge. So everybody's going to be obliged to have to take the bus to get there, and then they'll have to reach this dead end. So somebody coming from San Francisco by the T line goes all the way down, then has to make a circle onto Harney, and then all the way back to get to there. So it doesn't seem to be a very good plan as far as transit. It's better to cut the corner there and have a loop that allows people coming from the north to get there in a lot more expeditious way. So that's just food for thought for another day, because it's easier to plan something ahead of time than to change it when it's already built and it's not the right way. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for the gentleman from the state parks. So as I look at the visual here on page 19 and the 2016 tower location option 1, you're looking kind of head on into this bigger tower that before would have been set further back. Right. The question I have is, and you may not be able to see this, but is that viewed literally from this point here on page 18, this sliver of the park over here?
Yeah, I think it's just, I can defer to Tamsin a little bit, but I believe it's just slightly to the left in that image.
Okay.
That where that photo point was taken.
Okay.
And that was part of the from final EIR visual analysis that was done in 2010 for the project. Yeah.
And your concern on that is there's not enough transition between urban and the park?
Correct. And the element, if you look at that image, the other point of that is the fact that in 2010, the original tower location was at or below that the line of those towers.
Right.
And the existing condominiums. And then with it moving forward and higher in elevation because it's moving up the hill more, it's much more of a dramatic visual effect on the park and the visitors.
So the question I have then is, this portion of the park, this smaller portion, what's the programming there?
That's a good question. That is a real, the quiet area, one of the quiet areas of the park. It's called Lastport.
Okay.
It's not a real active recreation area. It's just the intent there is for a quiet respite, people that live in the new development and in the condominiums, even just right across the street, to be able to get over and have a quiet area, separated, get away from the intensity of an urban development, and get out by the water.
Sure. Yeah. And last question, the option 2 that we see here with the orientation and maybe the different kind of design or architecture, it looks a lot better, and I'm sure it could even be further refined. What is your view on this option 2?
Yeah, our impression of that was it made a very minor change in the mass. But again, the whole effect was just that it's taller, it's closer, and you're going to have it is going to be that impact of visual. And the big difference that we have here is not so much this is a major change from the original plan. This area was intended for that kind of quiet use, working with where towers were developed, because the general plan was completed after we knew where towers were going to be located. So that was the intent.
Thank you. And I guess question for the staff or OCII. The reason why, and we heard this, but I just want to confirm this, the reason why we need the tower location change is because we're decoupling the retail from the building of the tower, and that's just a reality of today versus what the plan was in 2010, Mr. Snyder.
Yes, that, and because, as David Tom mentioned, the nature of the circulation in the interior of the retail center has changed. Initially, we had thought we'd have vehicular access on the surface there, and it's changed to pedestrian only.
Right. I mean, I certainly understand the state park's concern. When I saw the photo myself, I thought it's not as calming as it was before, and it kind of pits the experience of the park versus the overall, getting this thing off the ground and moving. And I'm going to vote yes on this when a motion is made. And I trust that, Mr. Tom, you can work on an option 2 that maybe can even take the impact a little bit, dial it back a little bit. I wish it weren't the case that we had to ask for the change of locations, but we have to operate on reality here. So, and I appreciate your comments, and I do share your concerns, but I'm going to put my trust in the urban designers to get this better.
Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I agree.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's been a motion and a second to approve this matter. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. And places you on item 9 for case number 2015-017728 PCA, the mid-block alley and rooftop legislation. This is a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commission. Tina Chang, Planning Department staff. The action before you today are planning code amendments to sections 260, 270.2, 309, 735, 743, and 744. Despite the multitude of code sections the ordinance is amending, the ordinance is really only addressing two issues: one, mid-block alley controls, and two, rooftop screens and enclosures. I'll address mid-block alleys first. When adopted, mid-block alley controls only applied to eastern neighborhood mixed-use and downtown residential districts. And they required that mid-block alleys in eastern neighborhood mixed-use districts be at least 60% open to the sky. In 2010, the board adopted legislation to extend the mid-block alley requirements to all South of Market mixed-use, CM, and South of Market C3 zoning districts. However, the 60% open to sky qualification was not extended to apply to the newly added zoning districts. To more consistently apply mid-block alley requirements throughout the city, this ordinance amends the planning code to make clear that where applicable, mid-block alleys will be at least 60% open to the sky. The amendments also expand the applicability of mid-block alleys to three zoning districts: the South of Market Neighborhood Commercial Transit District, the Folsom Street Neighborhood Commercial Transit District, and the Regional Commercial District. Because mid-block alley controls apply to nearly all other adjacent zoning districts, as shown in these maps, and I'll pull them up here. So what's shown in orange is where mid-block alley controls currently exist, and what's shown in blue are the zoning districts that we're adding the controls to. So on this page, it's Folsom Street. It's a little bit difficult to read, but the strip that runs east-west is Folsom Street, and the strip that runs north-south is SOMA NCT. And then this shows the Regional Commercial District, as well as the Folsom Street NCT, the continuation of that. And then this final map just shows elsewhere in eastern neighborhoods where mid-block alley controls currently apply, but where there wouldn't be additional zoning districts where we're adding these controls to. The second piece of legislation addresses rooftop screens and enclosures. As written, the planning code controls for rooftop screens and enclosures may not always adequately screen mechanical equipment running counter to stated urban design goals, such as the improvement to the skyline. Currently, rooftop screens are controlled by volume with a maximum height of 20 feet. For a screen or enclosure to be 20 feet tall, it can only cover 75% of the roof area, as shown in this figure. To enclose 100% of the roof area, the height of the screen would need to be reduced by 25% or 15 feet. And since most mechanical features are 16 feet tall, this may not adequately achieve the goal of screening mechanical equipment, or it would be inconsistent with the building's overall design. So this image just shows that right now, to cover the whole area, it would need to be reduced in height. So the proposal that this planning code amendment addresses is to allow the rooftop screen to cover 100% of the roof area and be 20 feet tall. However, this would only be modifiable through the 309 and 329 design review. And it would have to meet other criteria in order to meet planning code and general plan design goals and objectives. So accordingly, the increase would not be categorically permitted, and it would not be permitted if found to block light and air intended to be preserved by the upper tower setbacks and sun access planes. The proposed amendment would also not change the amount of mechanical equipment permitted on the roof, only the screening and enclosure controls, nor would the amendment change the permitted height. Finally, the proposal also includes technical and other clerical amendments, striking zoning districts that no longer exist and other references that are incorrect. The department recommends that the Commission initiate planning code text amendments and adopt the resolution so that the Commission may consider approval of the proposed ordinance on or after March 24th, 2016. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer questions, and Maya, our staff architect, is also here to answer questions if you guys have any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment. Not seeing any public comment. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Richards.
Move to approve.
Second.
Or initiate, maybe.
A new to initiate and then March would.
Oh,
Just the
sorry.
scheduled
Move to
adoption.
initiate.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to initiate the proposed planning code amendment, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 10A and B for case numbers 2012.1445C and V at 824 Hyde Street. You will consider a conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance. Commissioners, you heard this at your regular meeting on January 14th, 2016. At that time, you, after hearing and closing public comment, you continue the matter to this date by a vote of 6-0. Commissioner Fong, you are absent for that item.
Yep.
And so you need to acknowledge that you have reviewed the video.
Had the
and are
ability
prepared
to review that video and prepared to act upon that today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, excuse me, President Fong and honorable members of the Planning Commission, Nick Foster Department staff. This item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to allow for a new construction building to exceed 50 feet in height within an RC zoning district on a partially downsloping vacant lot. Project site at 824 Hyde Street is bounded by Hyde Street to the west, Leavenworth Street to the east, Bush Street to the north, and Sutter Street to the south, and is located within an RC residential commercial high-density district and an ADA height and bulk district. Project site was previously occupied by a 4-story, 8-unit residential building constructed in 1915 that was designated as a contributing resource to the Lower Nob Hill Apartment Hotel Historic District. Building was destroyed by fire in 2010, and the remnants of that damaged structure have since been removed. Resulting vacant lot is now considered a non-contributor property within that district. The proposed project would involve the construction of an approximately 53-foot tall, exclusive of stairwell and elevator penthouse, 5-story over basement, approximately 12,400 gross square foot residential building on the subject lot. The proposed building would provide 8 studio units, 5 one-bedroom units, and 1 two-bedroom unit, for a total of 14 dwelling units. Excavation to a maximum depth of approximately 9 feet below grade is proposed in order to accommodate the basement level. No off-street parking would be provided as part of this project. The project does require conditional use authorization pursuant to Planning Code Section 253 and 303 to allow for a structure to exceed 50 feet of height within an RC zoning district. Even though the underlying bulk and height district would allow for a taller structure up to 80 feet in height in the case of the subject property, Planning Code nonetheless requires conditional use authorization. Project also includes a request for variance pursuant to Planning Code Section 145.1. Section 145.1 requires active street frontages for development lots, including residential uses. Residential uses are considered active for more than 50% of the linear residential street frontage at the ground level features walk-up dwelling units that provide direct individual pedestrian access at the sidewalk level. The subject lot is only 25 feet wide, and the project proposes residential units on the ground level that do not provide direct individual pedestrian access. Therefore, the variance is required. On January 14, 2016, the Planning Commission reviewed the case and voted 6-0 to continue the item to today's date, March 3, 2016. The Commission instructed the project sponsor to refine the overall design of the primary building facade to allow to the building to better integrate with the existing historic context of the subject site. In addition, the Commission asked the project sponsor to work with planning staff to determine the status of the property line windows and light wells on the abutting property to the north of the subject property at 830 Hyde Street. Since the continuation, the project sponsor has made the following changes, and the project sponsor has responded to the Commission's request by doing the following. Modifying the design of the street-facing bay windows from a modern rectilinear style to a traditional chamfered style. The new arrangement is now 100% code compliant, therefore eliminating the variance per 136 of the Planning Code. Remove the bracket or knee brace at the top of the building below the projecting cornice. Extended the parapet around the front corner of the building along the south side. Introduced wood double-hung windows on the sides of the street-facing bay projections, the ground floor street-facing windows, and on the rear yard-facing projections. Reduced the amount of glazing on the street-facing bay windows by adding solid wood panels below the windows. Added 280 square feet of additional common open space on the roof deck, increasing the overall common open space by approximately 33%. provided a 3-foot by 6-foot matching light well at the 5th floor along the northern edge of the subject property, abutting 830 Hyde Street, and merged the previously 2 student units on the 5th floor into a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit, thereby reducing the overall dwelling unit count from 15 to 14. Since the January 14, 2016 Planning Commission hearing, the department has received 1 additional letter of opposition to the project. That letter was included in your packet. 1 additional letter from the same opponent was received by the department on March 2. That letter was just distributed just now. The department finds that the project is necessary and or desirable and compatible with the neighborhood as the community, as the project will do the following: add 14 dwelling units to the city's housing stock, satisfy the requirements of the inclusionary affordable housing program through the payment of the fee at a rate equivalent to the off-site requirement of 20%, create new residential units within a transit-rich area, and encourage public transportation use by not providing on-site parking, fill the gap of the block face with a new building that would complement and not compete with the surrounding neighborhood character of the Lower Nob Hill Apartment Hotel Historic District, and lastly, to include streetscape improvements along the Hyde Street frontage, including the installation of 1 new street tree and 1 new publicly accessible Class 1 bicycle space. Class 2. Department has recommended standard conditions of approval. Due to the change in the dwelling unit count and the elimination of one of the 2 variances, draft motion has been amended. You now have the updated draft motion before you. Based on these findings and those in the case report, the department recommends approval for the project and conditions, and as the project meets all applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the general plan. That concludes my short presentation. I'll be available for questions. Project sponsor is here as well. Thank you.
You need 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, President Fung, members, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Ram, Eileen Dick, Frellebrun, and Martel. As Mr. Foster said, we were here in January. We were given, we received comments from the Commission with regard to the design. We believe we responded as best we could to the comments that the commissioners made, and Mr. Chance is here to walk you through that in greater detail. We also have, per Commissioner Richards' request, we have tile samples and material board to show you so you can get a better sense of it. We believe we did our best to respond, and we'd ask if you still aren't satisfied that at least you approve this project, not use your valuable time on this, and allow us to work with staff to come up with an even better design, and we believe that's possible if that's the wish of the Commission. But we would ask again, you've got 14 units that are pending. That's important to add to the housing stock. We hope you agree and would approve the conditional use permit today, and ask Mr. Sanchez to please grant the variance for the active street frontage. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. President, members of the Commission, Mr. Sanchez, good afternoon. I'm Joseph Chance, the design architect for this project. On the screen, where is the screen? Yeah, on the screen you see our last submittal, which we thought everybody was happy with after negotiating with the Historic Resource staff. However, you found otherwise and sort of gave us a shopping list of things to change. Next slide. So getting right into that, the previous submittal is on the left, the current is on the right, and starting at the top, starting at the top, what we've done is we have removed the bracket. We have extended the cornice southward around the corner, although we are limited to about 6 inches because of the property line. The bays have been changed from square bays to the traditional chamfered bays. How does it work? And each of the bays has a wood double-hung window on each side and fixed window in the middle, with solid panels below the windows where we had glass before. I don't know if anybody has been able to follow it. The screen is a little smaller than I had hoped. Anyway, the background materials remain as we had them before, only with a slightly darker palette. The upper tile is it's porcelain tile cut into strips, sort of alluding to the many wonderful brick buildings in the neighborhood over there. And then at the bottom, we have Boy, you can't even see this on the screen, unfortunately. Anyway, we used a porcelain tile, but a darker color and a slightly larger scale to emphasize the base. And around the opening, we have a special tile frame around it to emphasize the entrance. Next slide. So this is more or less what the building will look like from across the street upwards. Next slide. And down from the corner by Sutter Street. Next slide. This is essentially a panorama of the whole block, just to show you what diversity there is, not only on this block, but actually in the whole historic district. They're not all the same. On the left, you see the building on the left is red brick with triangular bays. The next building, which is really a magnificent specimen, is beige brick and no bays. And then our adjacent neighbor with stucco traditional bays, and to the south, another stucco building with slightly different traditional bays. And our building picks up a little bit of all of those different genres. Next slide. This, I just wanted to show the rear of the building. The rear of the building we changed also. We changed the windows to double hungs there in the same color palette, panels below the glass, just so the building would be the same all the way around. Go ahead. Go ahead. The one other thing we had to change, go ahead, one more slide. On the 5th floor, we added light wells opposite the existing light wells. This necessitated a change in the front of the building from 2 studios to a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit because of the location of those light wells. And at that, I'm going to stop right now and look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, opening it up to public comment. Bill Kwan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Bill Kwan, the manager of Liking Kwan Properties, LLC, which owns the 830 High Street building. At this time, we'd like to go over some of the main points in my March 2nd letter of comments. First, I appreciate that the planning staff has recommended matching light wells, and the project sponsor for 824 High Street has revised their plans accordingly. As for the property line windows at our south wall, there is a February 16 memo from Planning Department staff that as the windows were destroyed in a fire and replaced with in-kind windows, they cannot be considered historic. Actually, I believe that anything historic that is destroyed cannot be made whole again. But I don't think that this should be used as a reason to not protect the windows. I find it troubling that a property owner can lose something to a tragedy to the benefit of a site where the tragedy originated. Beyond that, property line windows were allowed as a right until the late 1980s, when the Board of Supervisors required lot line agreements. Our building at 830 High is 100 years old and made of concrete. And we believe for various reasons that windows were put in there at the time of construction. Therefore, we believe the windows should be protected. In summary, I request that the conditional use authorization be denied. As for the variance, we understand that is no longer required as the plans have been adequately revised. Still, we do not feel that the proposed modernist alternate frontage for 824 High Street looks like the buildings on the historic 800 block of High, whose buildings are either of Mediterranean or Mission/Spanish colonial revival design. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I'm glad the Commission sent this project back, because what is coming back is indeed in context, I think, so by building. I believe that the Chamfort Bay as a background building expresses the intent of the street. It is not trying to be more or less. It just kind of comfortably sites next to other buildings. I would ask zoning administrator Sanchez to explain the issue about the south-facing windows, if there is anything that we need to know.
Thank you. So there would be nothing in the planning code that would require that those windows be protected. I mean, this is a design consideration. It's subjective, it's discretionary, and staff has reviewed this, has made the recommendation that there be a light well matching the existing light well, but in terms of those other property line windows, I'm not aware of any planning code requirements that would require those windows to be maintained.
Thank you. Your instruction is what we need to listen to. I can understand the concern. I'm glad we picked up the issue with the light well, which was overlooked in the first go-around. I think the switching of the units to the larger units to the front, the smaller units to the back, give us a more balanced way of how the bays work. I appreciate extending the cornice line. Yes, we have a small setback, but that is just the nature of how this works. And I am comfortable and supportive of what is in front of us. I can move to approve, but I am also curious what my fellow commissioners have to say.
Okay. Commissioner Antonini.
If that was a motion, I will second that.
Yeah, that was a
And
motion.
I do also agree. I think this was very craftfully redesigned to fit into the context in a much better way, and we show it new buildings can be contextual. Right up the block there is a medical office building for St. Francis Hospital, which was probably built 15 years ago and is contextual with the rest of the block as this one is. So I think that's a big improvement, and I'm looking forward to see this project being completed.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one question for the gentleman from 830 Hyde. I had it here. Apologize. Just 1 second. Sorry. Showing the existing condition. Excuse me. I'm going to put a yellow sticker on it. Sorry, bear with me. So your building is to the left as we're looking head on at the buildings?
That's right. That's correct,
And
Commissioner.
I saw from one of the existing conditions, you have a series of several windows in a row on the top floors.
That's correct.
And how many windows are those? Oh, here it is. Sorry. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 windows?
Yes.
And that's on the very top floor?
Yes.
Okay. And so they're going to have a light well for the biggest one?
There are 2 light wells there.
Okay, 2 light wells.
Yeah.
Okay, and these small windows are what rooms? Bathrooms?
Bathroom windows, yes.
Okay. And I'm a little unclear on the issue of your claim about them being historic. This building is a contributor? The building is a contributor to a district?
Well, I believe that they were constructed at the time the building was first constructed in 1916, or when it was constructed in 1916. So, I mean, of course, it got destroyed by the fire, and we put...
Sure. So I guess my question to the zoning administrator, just I want to make sure I take your consideration.
Yeah.
This is not a character-defining feature of the building, these windows on the side.
No, I think that the neighbor may be, I don't know if it's a historic argument in terms of preservation concerns as much as he's stating that it's historic in that it was originally constructed as part of the building and he believes should be maintained. But we're just saying we're not aware of any legal requirements that require those windows to be maintained. We do look at it on a case-by-case basis, and one of the things, as you kind of alluded to, is one of the things we look at is what those windows face onto. So is it the only source of light for a bedroom, for a living room? In this case, these are for bathrooms, I believe. So.
Okay. I mean, I completely agree with the zoning administrator. I apologize to you, but I've had a property line window covered up in the last couple of years on my own property, and it was to a bathroom. So this is kind of the way it is. You got 2 light wells to preserve light on for the bigger windows, which were there before, and I'm sorry, that's kind of how it's going to be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Janice, I think we're ready for the question.
Very good, then. Commissioners, on that motion, second to approve this matter with conditions. Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis? Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Close the public hearing, be inclined to grant the requested variance, noting it is just the variance for the ground floor active use and noting the lateral slope and the narrow width of the lot.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Ionin, it is understood that we are approving the project with the Chamfort Bay because two alternatives are presented, and I want to make sure that we are approving the one with the Chamfort Bay. Mr. Foss?
The most recent submission, right?
Well, in the most recent submission, there are two alternatives. There is a modern edition adapted to the same criteria, and then there is a traditional bay. The commission
Was that
supports
understood by the
traditional bay.
seconder and the other
Yes,
commissioners?
we went to Shamford Bays.
Then now it's clear it's the one with the
Yes.
Chamford Bays.
Yes, thank you for it. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's good.
That's the Shamford Bay motion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Moving on then to items 11A and B for case numbers 2015-000453, ENX and SHD at 88 Arkansas Street. It's a request for adoption of findings as well as a large project authorization.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. You have before you a large project authorization for a 127-unit, 5-story residential building with a ground floor cafe use, 98 parking spaces, and 140 bicycle parking spaces. 88 Arkansas Street is located at the northwest corner of 17th Street in Arkansas, directly north of the Jackson Playground. The project includes the demolition of 2 existing 2-story industrial warehouse buildings on the subject lots. These buildings were occupied by an interior design staging firm, a business service, and a metal fabricating company. The large project authorization includes 4 exceptions for rear yard, off-street loading, exposure, and dwelling unit mix requirements. Compliance with the criteria for each exception is described in the draft motion in your packets. With regard to rear yard, the project provides a comparable amount of open space in lieu of the required rear yard, and it does not impede access to light or air for the adjacent properties. However, the project is seeking an exception to the exposure requirements for 14 of the 127 dwelling units. In addition, the project does not propose any off-street loading. However, it is proposing a 45-foot loading zone on Arkansas. The final exception is for dwelling unit mix. All 41 of the 2-bedroom units are considered 2-bedroom units by the building code, which allows for nested bedroom layouts. However, there is an interpretation of the planning code that requires bedrooms subject to dwelling unit mix requirements within the Eastern Neighborhoods Area Plan to have exterior windows. I am available to discuss any of these specific exceptions in detail if you have any questions, but in short, staff believes that the requested exceptions are warranted and meet the criteria established in the code. The project includes more than the required amount of open space, which is satisfied through a combination of 2 ground floor courtyards, patios, porches, an artificial turf area, a solarium, and a roof deck. The project has elected to participate in the priority processing program and has committed to provide 20% of the units as affordable on-site. Therefore, as a condition of approval, and as a condition of receiving priority processing, 25 of the units will remain as affordable units restricted under 415. In addition, the project is subject to the interim controls for additional design standards in the Showplace Square, Potrero Hill, and Central Waterfront area plans. Your motion addresses these criteria. The project's architectural treatments, facade design, and materials include exposed concrete, steel, aluminum, and glass, which reference the industrial character of the neighborhood. The project was also heard at the Residential Development Review Committee of the Entertainment Commission. This occurred on March 1st, 2016. There are additional conditions of approval that the committee recommends. I have a copy of the conditions, and the department proposes that they be added to the conditions of approval for the project. The department has received 7 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the project and 9 letters in support. The majority of the opposition is centered around the dwelling unit mix exception, and 1 email addresses the loss of PDR. The Planning Commission must also adopt findings pursuant to Planning Code Section 295 regarding the shadow on Jackson Playground. On January 21st, 2016, the Recreation and Park Commission recommended that the Planning Commission find that the shadows cast by the proposed project on Jackson Playground would not be adverse to the use of the park. In conclusion, the department supports the project because it meets the goals and objectives of the general plan to create new housing and affordable housing with access to public transit and within a walkable urban context. The project is necessary and desirable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and meets all applicable requirements of the code, aside from the exceptions listed in the large project authorization. Staff recommends that the Commission make the required shadow findings and approve the project with conditions. And then I have also the executed Costa-Hawkins agreement for rental inclusionary housing, as well as the Entertainment Commission conditions for your review. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and President, and Director Ram, and Mr. Sanchez. Patrick McNerney, Martin Building Company, project sponsor. I'd first like to submit, I have 23 more signatures and letters of support specifically addressing the nested bedroom configuration. There's 8 copies here. I just briefly I want to talk about Martin Building Company to introduce you or refamiliarize you with our work here in San Francisco. We are a local company. We've been in San Francisco for 25 years. We are dedicated to creating high-quality, highly designed projects, on-site affordability, and certainly a strong integration of ground floor uses with the surrounding immediate neighborhoods. A couple quick examples of our past work are Mint Plaza, the closure of Jesse Street and creation of a public place, the renovation of 4 historic buildings immediately abutting Mint Plaza, including ultimately the creation of a National Register Historic District. These are some of the interiors of some of the adaptive reuse projects we've performed. These are some before and after shots on Mint Plaza and other interiors. This is a project that we completed on Clarence and Townsend. It was an adaptive reuse. It's 178 Townsend or 21 Clarence Place. Residential units constructed within and above an old envelope. There's some of the interior shots. We prioritize roof deck and good outdoor spaces for our occupants, and all our projects have a good quality roof deck. This is Potrero Launch, some interiors. So this is a project just being completed at 10th and Mission. That's the 1-minute overview of Martin Building Company. And now I'll turn it over to the architect to talk about the project specifics.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Hagelin. I'm with BAR Architects. So I'll walk you through the site, some of our thinking on the background of the design and the actual design. So the site is located at the corner of Arkansas and 17th. You can see it here at 88 Arkansas and Potrero Hill neighborhood. And I just wanted to point out the interim controls that were recently passed. A few items in the way it was described is the projects were asked to demonstrate an awareness of urban patterns, an awareness of neighborhood scale and materials, and a modulation of buildings both vertically and horizontally. Those are all things that we strongly support and really take into consideration on all the work we do, and particularly on this site. So as you look at the map that's up on the site, and as we walked around the neighborhood and looked at it carefully, there's a very interesting shift of patterns that happens along 17th. So the area you can see in gray, which is north of 17th, and some pieces to the west of Jackson Playground, are really characterized by larger buildings, simple buildings, more industrial warehouse buildings. And the fabric to the south is smaller scale, more Potrero Hill type of neighborhood. So it really became important to us as we thought about the design of our building. Here's some of our neighbors, especially to the north of the site. So a lot of 1- and 2-story simple warehouse buildings, CCA up in the upper corner. and then a series of larger buildings, 3- and 4-story buildings. And really we were trying to take our cues from these buildings, not to try to look like we were a 100-year-old warehouse building, but the 3 older images you can see here are all buildings that they're very simple, they're very singular, they're bold and kind of unapologetic in a way. The upper left-hand image is something we're not trying to emulate, which is something that's trying to take a bigger building and break it into a lot of smaller buildings. Another really incredible feature of the site is we're immediately adjacent to Jackson Playground. So we're to the north of that playground. So it's not often in San Francisco that we get to design a project that looks right out onto open space. So it was also a big consideration. The neighborhood, you can see here looking back to the south west towards Jackson Playground. So the site is to the right. As it was mentioned earlier, there's 2 existing buildings on the site, a 1-story and a 2-story building, and a pretty large surface parking lot. This is looking to the south along Arkansas. You can see the site to the right where the existing building is. And if you take note of the streetscape, you'll see these really beautiful large sycamore trees, and there's currently head-in parking. And we'll get back to that in a second. This is looking to the north towards downtown. You can see the site kind of right in the center. So here's the design of our project. And so, as I mentioned earlier, kind of thinking about the context, and our goal was to create a building that was very simple, singular, contemporary, timeless, not trendy, and really take advantage of the park and the park views. So the building is, it's a 5-story building. It's a concrete building with a lot of glass. If you can see the upper 3 floors, a good majority of the floors have balconies with sliding panels. So about 30 or 40% of the skin actually slides open, really trying to engage the park and the outdoors and bring that indoor-outdoor connection into all of the units. Along the ground floor, we spent a lot of time looking at the retail. So there's a retail restaurant tenant all along Arkansas, double height spade, approximately 90 feet, a lot of glass, steel and wood canopies, and then some translucent channel glass as well. Materials of the project, again, as I mentioned, a concrete frame, so concrete exposed columns, concrete slab, glass, the translucent channel glass, and then some Corten metal panels along Arkansas. This is a view then looking to the south along Arkansas, so that view that I mentioned earlier where you could see the head-in parking. So now we've changed that to parallel parking, and again spent a lot of time on that ground floor working with planning and staff and pushing the bottom 2 floors back approximately 4 or 5 feet, introducing this Corten metal and a lot of landscaping, and still with the glass up above. On the left, you can see a plan. So what we've done is we've taken the head-in parking and converted it to parallel parking and taken over that parking space to get a much wider sidewalk landscape strip. So we now have a 12.5-foot wide sidewalk, and we're incorporating those sycamore trees into a larger landscape area that includes front stoops to the units. Here you can see views along those stoops, and a section showing this double height setback and the new sidewalk configuration. Walking through the building plan, so there's 1 full level of parking below grade, 98 parking spaces, 127 Class A parking space, bike parking spaces. The typical unit building plan with restaurant along 17th, 2 private courtyards, 1 garage entry to the right, and then a rooftop that will have solar panels, a rooftop, both a play area and an outdoor seating area. And then we want to spend a couple minutes addressing this, the issue of the nested bedroom. Patrick? You want me to start? You give it a minute.
So the nested bedroom has become one of the topics from the people who are questioning the design layout. And I can say that nested bedrooms have been in our repertoire for the last 20 years. In San Francisco, we've produced hundreds of units with nested bedrooms, and has become a basic design objective for us. They're extremely appealing. What ends up happening is you can help mitigate external noise influences in a bedroom area. By the way we design it, we have large windows on the living space. We have large windows into the bedroom, and they've turned out to be extremely appealing to all occupants, most if not all occupants, including families. So this is a key component of this design, and it is on multiple projects, which you've obviously seen over the years.
speak to this? Yeah. So I'll show you a quick plan. On the right, you see the kind of a typical two-bedroom unit plan on this project. So the module is 25 feet wide and approximately 40 feet deep. So, and on the left is an image of one of Patrick's prior projects, Potrero Launch, that has a very similar footprint. And what you get, I mean, we're not trying to kind of get away with anything. These are units that are still about 1,000 square feet, a very typical two-bedroom size in San Francisco, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. And you get a 25-foot wide living, dining, kitchen space that's all along the glass. In this case, we have floor-to-ceiling glass with the terraces that I mentioned earlier. So we think it provides a far superior living space. The bedrooms are pushed back. We think they're still very desirable. They have glazing in them. They have either swinging or sliding doors that can allow light and air into those units. And as Patrick mentioned, we think pushing them back in an urban environment creates a little bit of a quieter atmosphere for the residents. So overall, we think these are really really great units. We just recently have completed 55 Laguna, which also has some of these units where you can see again the living space with the bedroom pushed back, and so we think it's a very livable unit, and we're happy to answer any questions about them. Thank you.
Okay, opening up to public comment. Excuse me. Terry Kelly, Taylor Burkhart, Adrian Simi, J.R. Epler, Jude Deckenbach, Tanisha Tate, John Darsky, and Natalie Rico.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Terry Kelly Farias, and I'm here to support Martin Buildings Company's family-friendly units. My partner and I have been living in one of Martin Buildings' development on Min Plaza, which has a nested bedroom for the last 8 years. And I would like to convey that these inbound bedrooms are a crucial part of our comfortable urban life, and we really love them. The bedrooms provide us with excellent noise separation from the street noise, including the perpetual sirens on 5th Street on South on Market. This separation ensures that we have a peaceful bedroom and always have a beautiful night's sleep as a result. My partner and I are also expecting a baby in July, and we plan to convert the bedroom into a nursery. And again, this is only possible because of the peaceful environment that the inbound bedrooms provide. I would also add that the huge glass windows, the window that separates the bedroom from the living room, allow us to control the amount of light that comes into the bedroom without interfering with the natural light that we have in our living space. And this is going to be very crucial for us, for our life with a napping baby. And we are very happy with this versatility. So for these reasons, I strongly support the nested bedrooms. They are very beautifully designed, very thoughtfully designed. And most importantly, they are vital for our growing family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm J.R. Epler, President of the Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. I urge you to deny the exception from the minimum dwelling unit mix requirements requested by the sponsors of 88 Arkansas. It's important to understand precisely what question is before you today. It's not whether units with internal-facing nested bedrooms satisfy the Eastern Neighborhood's requirement that 40% of units have 2 or more bedrooms. It's clear they don't. As the zoning administrator determined, the Eastern Neighborhood's plan intended for a certain minimum fraction of bedrooms to be externally facing. That's obvious, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking about exceptions. The question is also not whether nested bedrooms are good design, whether they're permitted or used effectively outside of the Eastern Neighborhood's plan, or what other jurisdictions think. And despite what else you may hear here today, the question is not whether the department, or you, or I, or anyone else likes nested bedrooms. The real question before you today is whether 88 Arkansas satisfies Planning Code Section 329D6, which makes very clear that 5 criteria, in all 5, must be met before you may grant an exception. First, There must be exceptional or extraordinary circumstances at the property that do not generally apply to other UMU zone properties. Is 88 Arkansas exceptional in any way? No, it's a rectangular UMU zone corner lot on flat land. It's perhaps the most generic and prototypical property that has come before your approval yet from the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. It fails to meet this first threshold criteria. Second, literal code enforcement, in light of the exceptional circumstances, must result in unnecessary hardship for the development. As the project fails the first criteria, we can't accurately analyze the second. Academically, then, does requiring the mandated proportion of units to have externally facing bedrooms create an unnecessary hardship? No. The floor plates may be designed to make use of the ample exterior wall space for bedrooms. In this case, the developer simply chose not to. Third, the exception must be necessary to preserve a right possessed by other UMU properties in the eastern neighborhoods. Well, every other UMU property that we've looked at has met or exceeded the unit mix requirements without nested bedrooms. There is no right held by other properties to be preserved. Since 88 Arkansas clearly fails these first three criteria, the Commission has no grounds to grant an exception. There are two other criteria related to policy concerns and the public welfare and general harmony of the code. Well, we could have a more nuanced discussion here, but granting an exception without the first three criteria being in place, without there being an exceptional case, is not really granting an exception, is it? It's saying that, in general, and for policy reasons, the code should be different, and that's a legislative function. If nested bedrooms are desirable, and if they are to be counted in the eastern neighborhoods' unit mix requirements, then the legislative process at the Board of Supervisors should be engaged to change the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. Then a public, full, fair, and honest hearing of the policy implications of nested bedrooms could be had. Since we don't meet the requirements, we request that you deny the exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I'll call Allison Hunter, Annie Fryman, and Laura Clark.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Tanisha Tate. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit, a local nonprofit here in San Francisco, and we work with single mothers, helping to move their families out of poverty for good. I'm here today to support the 88 Arkansas development for two main reasons. One is that the company that the supporter is including 20% BMR units. And as we all know, homelessness is a problem in our city, not just for the people who are on the streets, but for the families that I serve. 7 out of 10 of them are actually homeless, but they're couch surfing or living with other family members. Having more affordable housing will allow these families, although they have to win the lottery to get in the housing, it will allow these families to have a better chance at safe and affordable housing. Secondly, the nested bedrooms are, the design of the nested bedrooms are very smart. So as a young mother, and working with young mothers, we are working to help them implement routines and bedtime routines and schedules, and the bedrooms allow a family to put their child to bed, go back out in the living room, and allow the child to have a nice, restful sleep, which is so important for the productivity of both the adult and the child. So in sum, we should support companies that are actually have some social consciousness or a social vein in our city, because so many don't here. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is Adrian Simi, Field Representative with Carpenters Local 22. And we do stand fully in support of 88 Arkansas. The project sponsor has secured a signatory general contractor, and that's going to put a lot of carpenters, a lot of local carpenters to work. And the bottom line is it's going to provide housing for San Franciscans. We were lucky enough to we took a tour this week of the Potrero launch. And I'll tell you, we found that these nested bedrooms do make sense. It's not a problem. And it's providing housing for San Franciscans. We do need a place to live. We do want good jobs. And we think that this project merits that. It's a good idea, and we ask that you support it also. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Austin Hunter. I'm with GrowSF here in San Francisco, and we're also in support of 88 Arkansas. The reality of the situation is this project is going to move 127 units online, 20% of which are going to be affordable. That is the main goal of this project, and it's something that I think this commission should definitely support. As you heard the developer speak earlier on, these nested bedrooms are designed in a way that works for the community. They work for families and they work for our neighborhoods. The main goal right now is to build more housing, and that is what we should be doing. So please vote in favor of moving 20% affordable online. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jude Deckenbach from Friends of Jackson Park, which is directly across the street from this development. And since nested bedrooms seems to be the topic of the afternoon, I'll just say that I went to the open house on Tuesday to refamiliarize myself with the nested bedrooms. And speaking as a parent and also as the representative of Friends of Jackson, we cannot support the nested bedroom concept, and not just because of the smell factor that I referred to last week, but because there is no egress from these nested bedrooms for kids, if you're going to put your families in there, to the outside in case of fire or emergency. There's one door, but there is no outside. So that's right. And the developer knows that we feel this way. That being said, I can say that we have worked with the developer over the last 8 months to figure out how we can make Jackson Park a wonderful new space for everyone. And I'm happy to report that we are moving forward in that respect. I do feel very confident that they will follow the remediation requests that we are asking for, and I'm hoping that you would make that one of the contingents upon approval. In addition, they have asked for, and we are pursuing an in-kind agreement with them. So we would also like that to be a contingent, or excuse me, a condition upon approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and members of the Planning Commission staff. My name is Natalie Rico, and I'm a resident owner for the past 8.5 years at 2 Mint Plaza, one of Martin Building Company's projects. And I'm here to express my complete and full support for the proposed project at 88 Arkansas Street, and in particular for the well-designed nested inbound bedrooms. For over 2.5 years, we searched San Francisco for a unique and modern urban dwelling with historical character, and finally found it with Martin Building Company's Mint Collection project. Unlike many of the cookie-cutter and unoriginally designed condos we toured beforehand, we found the interior design and layout of the Mint Collection project to be stunning, thoughtful, and most functional for city living. We were immediately sold on the unique aesthetics and layouts. The nested inbound bedroom in our unit was first our bedroom, then our guest bedroom, and is now doubling as our baby's nursery. Because the bedroom is situated back from the exterior wall with windows, it is exceptionally quiet, which is ideal for providing a peaceful, uninterrupted sleeping environment. There is constant noise outside our building since we're located on 5th Street between Mission and Market next to the mall. So in my experience, having a quiet nested bedroom is a huge asset, if not an indispensable aspect of city living. The nested bedroom has 2 large oversized doors on the front, which also have translucent glass panels. And they allow plenty of light to enter the bedroom, so much so that we needed to install blackout curtains to darken the room, which helps with our guests sleeping in and as well as for the baby's nap times during the day. We received many compliments from our guests on the quiet, private nature of our nested bedroom. Since the quality of the windows in San Francisco condo projects is usually limited, the layout utilized by Martin Building Company that includes nested bedrooms allows the living room and kitchen areas to be situated next to the windows, which creates a beautifully pleasant and inviting space that takes advantage of the views and the natural daylight and allows a strikingly open and spacious plan. We work from home part-time and entertain often, and greatly enjoy the large light-filled space of the living room and kitchen during our waking hours. When guests enter our home, they fall in love with the feel and design of the place, which is made possible by the nested bedroom layout, a popular and essential layout in urban living. I strongly support Martin Building Company's 88 Arkansas Street project with nested inbound rooms and kindly urge for its approval. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hi, Laura Clark, Grow SF. And I actually have had the privilege of living in an apartment with nested bedrooms previously. I lived in a converted warehouse in Brooklyn for a while that was, I would argue, only semi-converted. And it was a fantastic time. We had wonderful little bedrooms with windows that looked out on other parts of the apartment. And it was a fun, fantastic place to live for us. And it was far better than not having a place to live. I think that when you are considering these things, they meet our code guidelines, and it is a fun and wonderful place to live for people who are looking for that. And I think that it's not necessarily your job to make the judgment about whether or not this is some place that someone would want to live, because I can verify that I wanted to live there, and it was a wonderful place. It was available to me when I was a young person in need of housing in a very expensive city. Very similar to the experience that young people who are moving here today have, as well as families and all of the other people who need to live in this city. The project provides 20% affordable, a great marker, and we should continue to demand projects that have this level of affordability. It adds 127 units of vitally needed housing to the city. I think this is a fantastic project, and I can tell you, as somebody who enjoyed every once in a while hollering out of my little window to say, "Hey guys, is dinner ready?" They are very wonderful places to live. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is John Darsky. I'm here in full support of this project. I'm the owner of a local business named Del Popolo Pizza Restaurant, and I look forward to hopefully opening my second restaurant at 88 Arkansas. Martin Building approached me early on to assess my interest in participating, and I'm really excited about doing it. I think the building is perfect for the neighborhood as someone who lives nearby, and I frankly can't understand the resistance to the nested bedroom idea. I don't live in a space like that, but it seems I haven't heard a really good argument against it, and I'm not sure you guys have either. But Martin Building's track record as a builder is pristine, in my opinion. Every project they build is aesthetically pleasing, and they create great living spaces for everybody. And I think it's perfect for the neighborhood. The two buildings that are there now are sort of contributing nothing, and I think anything that sort of stands in the way of a project like this is sort of short-sighted and missing the point. So I'm in support of it, and I look forward to making pizza there.
Great, thank you. And good-looking food truck, by the way. Next speaker, please. Rob Poole, Eric Maury, and I think it's Eliza? Mary
Eliza.
Eliza.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Poole with the Housing Action Coalition, speaking on behalf of the organization's 300 business and organization and individual members. Thanks so much for the time today. This project pretty much hit home with our guidelines. It completely aligns with the goals of the Eastern Neighborhoods plans and repurposes underutilized land into new housing with active ground floor retail. 16th Street is set to be a major transit corridor, so it's appropriate to have high-density housing along there. They've hit the 20% on-site BMRs with the help of tax credits, which is, I think, something everyone in this room can support. The car parking ratio is okay, although we always generally prefer less, and we like to see one bike parking space per bedroom. They've hit the LEED Platinum, which is not too common for new projects in the city, and they've worked well with the community, and they've been pretty transparent about what they're doing. There's no question there. The ground floor is terrific, particularly along 17th Street. It's a lot of generous, wide open sidewalks that I think everyone in the neighborhood would really enjoy. And our members agree that the retail space, with its height and the size of it, really has a good chance of succeeding. The nested bedrooms issue here is pretty interesting. They're built all over the city. We've done tours of them. They work fine, they're successful, and they allow for well-designed density. So we have absolutely no objection to it. They're very livable, like any unit. If they're well-designed, they're very livable, and I think that's what matters here. So we hope you can support this project today and move it forward. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can we get the mobile device turned off, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Maury. I'm an acoustical consultant here in San Francisco. I've worked on several of Martin Building Company's projects, and earlier this week They had us come out to Potrero Launch to do a noise study to see what the noise level was in the living room versus the nested bedroom as trucks went by. And basically what we found is the bedrooms were about 15 decibels quieter than the living room, which means the noise is less than half as loud. And as I was thinking about this yesterday, I live in the Castro in a traditional building that's just a bunch of rooms and you use them however you do. So we have a living room with pocket doors to a parlor, which we use as our bedroom. And I sort of realized that I live in a nested bedroom. It's great. We can close the pocket doors to make it dark. It's quieter. If my wife is sick or I'm sick and I sleep on the couch in the living room, I deal with more light coming in and more noise coming in. So I think acoustically the nested bedrooms work very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Eliza here. I sent you the letters earlier today, so I'm just going to read it into the record. We oppose the 88 Arkansas project as is currently configured and request a continuance. Please send this back to the developer to fix the major flaws in the design. Consider the negative impact of the removal of PDR spaces from Potrero Hill and the middle-income jobs those spaces hold in one of the most stable areas of town. The Potrero neighborhood contains a wide range of uses, including many types of residences, single-family to multi-unit, live-work, light and heavy industry, major distribution centers, art and design studios, media producers, wholesale, neighborhood retail, high-value entertainment venues, community centers and gardens, and educational institutions. There has been little turnover in this neighborhood, making it one of the most stable in the city. If in your executive summary of the large project authorization, there's a statement on page 110 that the proposed project would contribute to significant and unavoidable impacts on land use. Some may consider losing approximately 25,600 square feet of existing PDR insignificant, but we do not. We urge this commission to require the preservation of the existing PDR square footage on the ground floor level. Potrero, as a successful community that should be preserved in the 17th Street corridor, is an important part of the neighborhood. This plan needs more work. Please do not pass this one as it is now. I'm going to also add that to my experience, it seems as if there's an awful lot of retail that's empty in the city right now, and the PDR is what we're actually losing, and the PDR is where the demand really is right now. So we'd really appreciate your consideration for not allowing any more loss of PDR. In this case, it looks as if you could actually add some square footage of PDR since you have a larger ground floor than right now. Part of it is actually a parking lot. So if you could keep PDR on the ground floor or some PDR on the ground floor and not turn it all into retail, that would really make a lot of people very happy. I also, while I'm at it, I want to thank the department for really doing a great job. A while ago, we complained because the website was impossible to read, and right now, I think it's really working really well. Your department did a great job on that. In fact, I'm suggesting to the MTA that they do a job like yours to make it more useful for everyone else. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Allison Heath. We are very concerned that as the city prioritizes housing over all else, we do so at the expense of complete and diverse neighborhoods. Please remember that we already have maxed out with nearly 4,000 residential units under the Showplace Square Potrero Hill area plan. In addition, we are looking at hundreds more in the Potrero Terrace rebuild. Together, these developments will house over 10,000 new residents, doubling the population in our neighborhood. With thousands more coming to Dogpatch, Mission Bay, and Pier 70, I think it's safe to say that we're doing more than our fair share to house a growing population. The Eastern Neighborhoods Plan was meant to ensure that residential development meets affordability needs as well as other needs, unit size, number of bedrooms, community services, and neighborhood amenities to create a high quality of life for both individuals and families. Because it's right across the street from Jackson Park and close to several schools, 88 Arkansas offers a unique opportunity for family-friendly housing. Unfortunately, the scheme to count bedrooms without exterior windows means that only 10% of the units will be designed with families in mind. In a city with the lowest percentage of children in the country, in a neighborhood that is experiencing massive levels of development, shouldn't we be doing everything in our power to offer housing that makes it easier for families to raise their kids here? Instead, you are being asked to grant an exception to one of the only tools we have to encourage them to stay. Not only will this be a missed opportunity for family-friendly housing at 88 Arkansas, it sets a precedent for future developers who seek to maximize profits while undermining the intent of the code. Secondly, this project will permanently displace 25,560 square feet of commercial space and replace it with a development that will be 97% residential. How can this seriously be considered urban mixed use? Finally, building this project will require the removal of approximately 16 feet of highly contaminated soil. Out of an abundance of caution for the health and safety of children, residents, and workers in the area, we ask that you include these special conditions of approval to ensure the safe removal of toxic materials. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other general public comment?
Cards.
Sorry, Sean Engels and Allison. Oh, Allison, you spoke.
Good afternoon. May I start? Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Sean Engels. I'm a Potrero Hill resident on Arkansas Street, and I urge you to reject this poorly planned project at 88 Arkansas Street. During the past 3 years, on multiple times, I've come here with my neighbors, many times, urging the commission to halt approving new developments of housing due to the cumulative negative impacts to Potrero Hill. We pleaded with you over and over again, and we're back here today to asking you to please realign your priority focus to planning investments in the promised benefits of open space, parks, recreation, and transportation before cramming more and more residents in ugly, boxy, overbuilt housing developments for luxury-priced residents in our fragile, unimproved neighborhood. Today, I'd like to amplify again our concerns that your Planning Commission is continuing to ignore the Eastern Neighborhood Plan adopted in 2008. And I don't understand why planners routinely ignore Potrero Hill existing residents' major concerns in obvious favor of out-of-town and big-money developers who are destabilizing and ruining our neighborhood. Reasons to reject 88 Arkansas are the following. First, the cumulative impacts. We are ground zero for massive overdevelopment occurring all at once. Over the past year, the Planning Commission has accelerated its approval of this overdevelopment, and the years of disinvestment by the city and continuation of the city crying they don't have money to do the improvements, fix the roads, buy open space. We have now an obsolete and poorly maintained infrastructure that just can't report more residents at the time. Second is traffic gridlock. Now, 1 year since the opening of UCSF's new hospital, the imminent launch next week, March 11th, of Daggett Place, which is ginormous, and this spring's opening in Mission Bay, we're already experiencing severely deteriorated traffic circulation due to the explosion of vehicle traffic to unacceptable gridlock on 16th Street, Mariposa, 17th, and 7th Street between Potrero Hill and Civic Center. Even the existing Caltrain railroad crossing at 16th Street presents a huge impact when those barriers are down that are clogging the streets during very busy times, almost all the time. I'd like to also express concerns about the contamination of toxic soils in the area. I know I don't have much time to speak on that right now. also displacement of PDR industrial businesses that this project will replace. And we're also going to be blocked public vistas from the park towards downtown and shadowing Jackson Park. I urge the Commission to halt approval of this and all new developments until we've had time to mitigate and understand the negative impacts of cumulative development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. I'm Drew Hess. I'm a neighbor. I've lived on the 200 block and 300 block of Arkansas for about 14 years, going on 15 years. Still consider myself one of the new neighbors. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I have two daughters, 9 and 5, and it's really kind of an ideal neighborhood. I am a heavy user of Jackson Park and love the fabric of the neighborhood. I really like to see the density and the project at this location. I think it's going to be, first of all, a beautifully built concrete structure. I think as part of the neighborhood, I'm very much feel like our neighbors that we do need more transportation, but I also feel like we probably need to do our part and add some density here where it belongs in the city, close to transit, bikeable, walkable. So I've definitely had to ride my bike more to deal with traffic, but at the same time, I feel like this is the place where, adding more density around the park where there's plenty of parking, makes sense. But specifically, I also wanted to talk about, I've looked at a couple of projects that the Martin Building Company has built, and I think the units themselves, I've actually looked at a couple. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and I just really think these units are. I just think it's wonderful. He's pulled the bedrooms off the window line, or at least one of the bedrooms off the window line, and it makes for a really wide open, nice, livable unit. And then that second bedroom is a little darker, a little quieter. That's what I want out of a bedroom in the evening. But I don't really understand the issues around. The unit mix. It looks like a neat mix of 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, and I went over and looked at what they had built before. Anyway, I just wanted to say as a neighbor, like looking forward to more street activity. I'd like to be a little safer down in that area. It's a little sketchy at night walking through there. And so there are, a segment of the neighborhood and the neighbors that are, excited about a little bit more density, but also looking forward to, some more open space and transportation as well. So, in any event, I just wanted a voice for some of those neighbors that can't be here that do support building more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Judith from Bernal Heights, and I have a letter from an actual neighbor, Taylor Haas Burkhardt, who lives at 119 Arkansas. And I actually, our daughters are friends. We hang out in Jackson Playground. I actually didn't know how she felt about the project, but she fortunately, she has a wonderful son who goes to a public school in Potrero Hill, so she had to leave at 2:45 and go and pick him up, which of course you need a car for, and then she has to go and pick up her daughter who's a middle schooler. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about her letter, which basically focused on the developer basically taking for his project's use things that are now enjoyed by the public, like parking spaces. And I, as she does, feel very strongly about the importance of having off-street freight loading zones. This is really critical for safety. I think all of you recognize when you drive around the city that there are cars which are blocking bike paths and people then have to go around on that bike path. And 17th Street is slated to be a bike path. It's supposed to actually connect to this amazing Bay Trail, the Blue Way. And so to undermine the viability of the bike path is really a pity. And I also think, she obviously needs some parking on Arkansas Street to remain, since she has to pick up her kid up the hill. And I think that would be a long walk to do, and then do her daughter via public transportation. She also, of course, is interested in the area of toxics. It's critical that this project deal with toxics, and she's also interested in height. So if I don't go to Jackson Playground, this is the playground that is the other play fields in my neighborhood. It's right next to what I would like to now call Curry Village. All those homeless people who I saw last night living under Cesar Chavez. We can use that name now. So it's the ballpark that was used last night. There were 2 ball games going on at 940. This neighborhood needs play space, and we really need the parks to be honored. The other thing is that this morning I basically was prompted by the conduct of this developer to call for a voluntary code of conduct for developers in terms of how they conduct themselves in community meetings. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Tony Kelly, Vice President of the Potrero Boosters, and I'm backing up several of the comments made by our President and our association, President Epler and our association earlier. Commissioners, I had a very difficult childhood, and I always grew up in bedrooms that had windows facing the exterior. The windows didn't make my childhood miserable, and that's about as irrelevant to this conversation as other folks' descriptions about how interior bedrooms were fine and they had a great time. There is no relevance of that to this conversation. We are not here to discuss the abstract values of interior bedrooms or not. We're not here to even discuss building code. There's a certain amnesiac quality. I think there's only 4 or 5 people in this room who were here during the creation of the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. 2 of them are commissioners. But the code was written for the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan for a reason. There was a lot of discussion in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan about what family housing would be and what the design of family-friendly housing would be, because we wanted to make sure that we had family-friendly housing. We urged more details for family-friendly housing in the same way that we urged more details for affordable housing, very few of which got into the code, but this did. And so this is about meeting the minimal requirements of the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan for a project. And if you want to amend that, how do you want to amend that? The Eastern Neighborhoods Plan has been very clear to date about a 40% 2-bedroom requirement and what those 2 bedrooms are, which is why we're here about an exception to the code. Well, that exception has a high bar. It has 5 findings that you must make in order to grant the exception, and there's no way you can do that because this is a new project on new land. It's like you can't create a variance on a vacant site. So it's hard to justify the way that you have to grant an exception for the site. But more than that, if you do that, think about the precedent you're setting. Because if that's the case, we know there are other projects that would love to do this kind of thing too. And then what kind of damage are you doing to family-friendly housing in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan if you establish this precedent? Because if this is the first exception granted, it will not be the last. If you want to reopen the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, please let us know. At the Potrero Boosters, we've had a list of things we want to amend the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan with. We have about 7 of them. We've had them for 3 or 4 years. And the one small amendment we've managed to carry about getting some design standards in place until permanent design standards are adopted by this commission, we had to go to the Board of Supervisors to do it. This commission would not initiate it on its own. So if this developer and other developers want to reopen that conversation about how to handle bedrooms in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, there's a way to do that. It's through legislation. You already have a problem. You know this, commissioners. It's no surprise that the neighborhoods mistrust this agency and this commission because they think that they do things for developers that they would not do for neighborhoods. Please don't make another mistake like that again by granting an exception that you really don't have the findings to grant. Thank you.
Is there any more general or public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed, and Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I think this is an excellent project, and it's kind of amazing to me that there's as much resistance as there is. So I'll speak to some of the issues. First of all, it's a corner lot providing 20% affordable on site. So those are some important things that we're looking at. Next, there was the issue raised about the PDR. Well, the owner of that land, who was a PDR company, sold the property, and they're relocating to another part of San Francisco, and they're still going to be in San Francisco, and this is a business decision that they make. And this was available for a while before it was purchased and turned into housing. So if there was this big rush for somebody to want to put a PDR use there, they probably would have stepped forward, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. We're often trying to impute to private business what we would like them to do rather than let the marketplace decide where PDR is going to be. We have to encourage it. We have to send them to places where the rents are less within San Francisco, take away a lot of the sometimes unique taxes we have that drive PDR firms to places like Brisbane and South San Francisco that don't have the kind of payroll taxes, which has now been somewhat ameliorated, but we do have unique taxes in San Francisco that drives PDR businesses away. So we have to look at real causes and not just pretend on those. A few other things on this particular site. I went and I visited both the site and I visited the Potrero launch. So I got to see the site there, and it's really underutilized. Potrero launch showed, I saw some nested bedrooms, and they're very comfortable, large windows that look out to the sun, and then a wall that can be closed to keep the bedroom dark and private. So it makes total sense to me. I will ask later on for zoning administrator to explain if there are any technicalities in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan that would affect nested bedrooms, but there are a lot of them around in other Martin building projects, and they seem to be a very sensible place to have a family or to have anyone living. I mean, I had a son who had a loft with one bedroom upstairs. Not only didn't have a window, you had to go downstairs to get out, and then you would have to go back into the hall. So, I mean, I think that trying to, think ahead, it can be very safe. You can have a window. As our home, we have our bedrooms on the third floor, so it's a pretty long drop to get out the window. There is a window there, but it's pretty hard to get down. So realistically, you're going to have to make it down the stairs in case of a fire or something else. So, I mean, I think that I don't buy that argument. Shadows on Jackson Playground are totally negligible. I looked at the things, and the Rec Park Commission also agrees with that. They're going to be paying $1.6 million in fees, so I think that's an important thing. Entertainment Commission is opined on this, and they, have found that they've worked with the project sponsor to ascertain that any of the noise that may come from this project is not going to be a threat to any of the entertainment in the area. I also like these units because they have 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and they have a bathtub, which is very family friendly, because if you have an infant, you're going to want to give them a bath and a tub. LEED Platinum, and a first source labor hiring, and so I think it has a lot of good things working for it. Incidentally, Mr. McNerney, who is the project sponsor, is a San Francisco resident, has been for quite a while. He's not an outside developer, and he's done a lot of good things, so I think we should set the record straight on that. They're widening sidewalks, and there were some requests from some neighborhood groups to try to work with the neighborhood as far as when the excavation will be done. This is not a toxic site. There are some sites that are near this that probably had some hazardous materials, but when you build anything, you have to be careful, and obviously when the excavation is being done and there's dust, they'll keep it wet. They may try to do it in times of the year, if possible, that there's less activity when schools are not in session, but I don't think that has to be a condition. It's something's going to be worked out with DBI. So I think this is a really good project. And as far as Jackson Park usage, I was there yesterday. There's nobody there. I mean, at night it's busy, weekends it's busy. It's not really very busy during the day. So I think it's always nice to have as much parkland as we can. But I mean, I think that having a few more families to use Jackson during the day won't be the worst thing.
Commissioner Hillis.
Excuse me. So again, we kind of are having a project in Lower Potrero Hill. We recognize a lot of the speakers who have come out. Obviously, this is an area that's seen kind of its fair share of development. I think along Market Octavia, we've seen similar, and kind of the Eastern Mission neighborhood, we've seen similar, and see a lot of the residents coming out. You know, I have to say, though, not to be unexpected, given what we did in Eastern neighborhoods and what the Eastern neighborhood plan calls for. I think this is pretty consistent in pretty much what we expected, maybe not at the intensity that we did, given the current kind of housing boom. But it's certainly an area we counted on to provide housing, additional housing stock, along with some of the other neighborhoods I mentioned. So not unexpected. I think there's a lot of good things about this project. One, Mr. McInerney, if I can ask you on the 20% affordable, how are you doing that? Is this an 80-20 tax credit deal, or are you kind of self-funding that through kind of internally in the project?
So that is one of our tools that we can use. We aren't on this. We are not doing we're not doing tax credits or bond financing. It's just an economic.
So you're just doing an inclusionary. You're increasing the inclusionary and kind of
for two reasons.
Yeah.
Sound social responsibility and preferential treatment of the planning department.
Yeah. So one, I appreciate that, because we don't normally see that being done voluntarily and not through an 80-20 tax credit deal. So thank you for that. The design, I think, is great. I appreciate kind of, I think it fits in nicely where it is, and contextually kind of, you didn't try to break it up and make it seem like it's 2 or 3 buildings, which I appreciate here. I think it's well done and well done given the context of that neighborhood. I think your renderings in the packet look a little monolithic, kind of a little Darth Vader, because you don't quite get the difference between the windows in the actual building, which you got more on the presentation, so I appreciate that. Arkansas is a wide street, and there was an issue brought up about the perpendicular parking, and I think it's great you're bumping out the sidewalk, but is there room still for perpendicular parking and parallel? Well, you're doing parallel. I mean, it's going to convert from the 90-degree to parallel. Is there not room? I mean, Arkansas seems to me to be very wide, that you can't bump out the sidewalk and still maintain that 90-degree parking. And maybe, I don't know if this is a question for the architect or you or city staff, but
We're certainly open to look at that. Even just bumping out the sidewalk a few feet could make it a nicer sidewalk. So we could look at that and maintaining the perpendicular parking.
How far are you going out on the sidewalk?
It's 6 feet, 8 feet? How far is it? Oh, it's 12 additional. So 12 additional feet.
All right, so it's fairly
Yeah.
significant. But that street is wide. So I don't know. I mean, it's something we can ask. I would appreciate to kind of that balance between the 90-degree parking and an additional sidewalk. I mean, I know it's a balance, and it's great to have more sidewalk, but I kind of like that perpendicular, it's perpendicular.
Right.
Parking there, in keeping it on these wide boulevards, I think sometimes calms traffic and street activity. So
just if I could just, so you know, that perpendicular parking is used weekdays. So evenings and weekends it is not utilized. It's completely vacant. So just in the current.
No, I get it. I've been down there. It's not terribly difficult, I think, to find parking even during the day there and find that perpendicular parking. But as we add more residents and more activity and more retail, it will be, and so if there's an ability to keep both, and again, I think it calms that street, which you kind of feel like you want to gun it on that street because it's so wide. So, okay, Thank you. And then a question for the zoning administrator on this kind of nested bedroom question, because I agree, kind of as a policy, as a father of 3 kids, I walked through, and thank you for showing us those units. I mean, one, it's not unique to this project. I think Honored Van Ness has them, 8 Octavia has them. It's not something we've seen historic rehab projects that have them. It's not uncommon, and I don't have a preference as a whether I'd want to raise my family in that type of unit, which I think has some benefits to it, or the typical kind of railroad flat Victorian with the, you might have a window, but it's typically a window that looks on a small light well, it tends to be dark. So, I think there's some advantages. I think there's some disadvantages. But I can't say they work better or worse for families than kind of the existing housing stock or the bedrooms we have. But I guess the question before us is kind of this exception, which is new that we've faced here, and just an understanding of how this rule came about, because obviously we've approved projects, and even in Market Octavia that has this 40% 2-bedroom requirement without making these exceptions about the nested bedroom. So if you can explain that to me, that would be helpful.
Certainly. So the dwelling unit mix requirement was first enacted as part of the Market Octavia plan in early 2008. With it, it made reference to bedroom, that you have a certain number of bedrooms. Under the planning code, bedroom is defined as a room primarily used for sleeping that meets the minimum requirements as defined in the building code for sleeping rooms. So for this project, it is meeting that requirement. As Eastern Neighborhoods was being implemented, there were some questions raised because I think that happened to coincide with the building code change when they went to the Uniform Building Code, and that code cycle I think probably started in 2009, which I believe for the first time removed the natural light requirement from sleeping rooms. There's no set definition or clear definition in any of the building codes, housing codes about bedroom. It's kind of in a variety of places with some subtle distinctions in there that are really in the proper purview of a building department to implement. And I think so there were some concerns probably with the new building code that allowed you to basically screw a light bulb into a room and call it a sleeping room. And so my predecessor implemented an interpretation in May of 2009, applying it to the Eastern Neighborhoods and having it, you have to have a window, and it under the original interpretation had to open up to the street or to a rear yard, had minimum size requirements, has to be labeled as a bedroom. That was implemented for several years. In 2014, I slightly revised that interpretation to give a bit more flexibility about where that window can expose onto, because before it just said basically rear yard and front, and if you had a courtyard or other things that may be purposely or may satisfy building code requirements, it didn't cover that. So we made it a little bit more flexible. We're reviewing this project against this interpretation. This has been applying only in Eastern Neighborhoods, and only for this dwelling unit mix requirement. So that is why they are seeking an exception here. I mean, under the plain language of the code, it could be argued that they are satisfying that, but this interpretation really is more restrictive than what the code states. And that is what they're seeking the exception from.
And why is that interpretation limited to Eastern Neighborhoods? Like, why is interpretation not applied also to Market Octavia?
When it was developed, it only applied to Eastern Neighborhoods, and it references the Eastern Neighborhoods plan in the interpretation itself. I don't know why it wasn't felt necessary to have a similar interpretation for other neighborhoods. My kind of guess is that it is going along with the building code, and that at the time that this was being implemented, there were maybe it was not known, maybe when the plans were being developed, it was not known that this building code change was in place or going to happen. That would change the characteristics and allow you just to have no natural light at all. Now, under current building codes, I mean, it did swing back, not kind of as far in the other direction, but now you can provide, on the case here of the nested bedrooms, it's not facing directly natural light, but it is getting its natural light from the room from the living room. So then it does meet building code requirements, but it doesn't meet the interpretation. Now it is confusing, and I can understand the concerns and frustrations, because you can have a bedroom like this and anywhere else. It could be in an RH2 district, it could be in a C3 district, it could be in a Market Octavia district, and we would say it's a bedroom. If you ask us, it's a bedroom. It's, as long as building department ultimately determines that. But this interpretation is something unique to Eastern neighborhoods.
Okay. In the natural light that the bedroom gets, so in the Potrero project, and I think similar on 100 Van Ness, there's glazing in the bedroom and a certain amount of light in the living room, great room, main room, that I think make the bedroom functional, and work and get some light. So those are requirements in the code. You can no longer just kind of close that bedroom off, not getting that light from the main room.
So there are requirements under the building code, depending on the size of the sleeping room. That factors into the size of the windows that are required, and Ms. Connor can address this. She's worked with DBI extensively to understand these requirements. And I would say that this interpretation is something that we have amended once in 2014. It's something there have been discussions about further amending it, and we would like to get kind of your input and feedback on these nested bedrooms, and just to hear those concerns and thoughts too as well.
Great, thank you. Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. One more thing to just add to zoning administrator's timeline is that there's an information sheet that was issued by Department of Building Inspection in 2012 that addresses this kind of shared light nested bedroom layout. And I just prepared a very kind of quick and dirty graphic to kind of explain how it's calculated. The overhead. Sorry. So when you're looking at nested bedrooms, there are a couple of different things that you're going to be looking at. One is the exterior windows, and the other is the common wall. So first, looking at the exterior windows, the glazing requirements under the building code is that 8% of the, if you're looking at it as far as square footage, 8% of the room to which the windows serve needs to be glazing. So for instance, if you had a 120 square foot bedroom, you would have to have 10 square feet of glazing. So if there's a nested room, that percentage has to increase because the square footage of that room includes the nested room area. So you end up having to provide more glazing on that exterior wall. The second portion is the interior wall requirement. There are a couple different requirements for that interior wall. The first is that common wall must remain 50% open and unobstructed, and that can be done, with glazing. And then also the area is also regulated. So the opening must be 10% of the floor area of the bedroom, or 25 square feet, whichever is greater. So you're at least going to have a 25 square foot translucent open glazed area that will be facing that increased amount of exterior glazing.
So just a clarification. So at some point, as the existing window from kind of the living area decreases, you'd be prohibited from doing that or having two bedrooms there.
Correct. I mean, you would have to make sure that the exterior glazing would suffice that whole entire area, both nested bedrooms and then also that living area.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And then a question for the architect. Did you look at doing this kind of without nested bedrooms, in doing it in a way that's kind of typical with windows, and how would the project differ under that scenario? Yeah.
Hi, I'm William Duncanson, representing BAR. We did look at a version of this building that had a series of light courts that would meet the definition of court per the building code, and then have windows into all the bedrooms that would be technically compliant, I guess you would call it. And the building didn't really change a whole lot in terms of density or mix or anything like that, but the units were, in our opinion and the project sponsor's opinion, inferior in that the way it would be achieved to meet the letter of the law, if you wanted to call it that, is you get some of those, smaller light courts like you would have in an older San Francisco Victorian, where there's sort of a little, window opening onto a little light court that in our team's estimation was inferior to doing the nested bedroom configuration that the project currently has.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you. So again, I think this is a good project. I like the design. I commend you to do the 20% affordable housing. I think sometimes, in our discussion of nested bedroom, we lose sight that you're actually doing that and not through a tax credit deal, which is commendable. And again, I think it's a design choice on this. The nested bedroom, I think it's one that we've seen works or people respond to and want to. It's not that you're trying to cram more units in a space. I think it's just it's the nature of the design, which appeals to people, obviously, because they're out buying these units. So I'm supportive.
Director Ram.
Thanks, Commissioners. Just wanted to clarify for the record the priority processing that was mentioned earlier. It's for the record, it's not preferential treatment. When the mayor's executive order came out a couple of years ago on prioritizing housing production and affordable housing production, we amended what's called the Director's Bulletin on how we process our applications and set priorities for how we process applications. And then the highest priority projects are 100% affordable housing projects. The second priority are projects that provide at least 20% affordable units on site or 30% off-site, which is substantially higher than the base requirements. So Mr. McNerney came to us with this proposal that said, if we provide 20% on-site, can we meet this criteria? And that was the response, that he was able to meet the criteria. So we were able to prioritize in his process in terms of timing. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for the zoning administrator. The exception criteria that were outlined in the Potrero Boosters letter looked to me like exception criteria for a variance, not a Section 329. Can you clarify that for me?
You are correct that those are the findings for a variance, and those are not the findings that you need to make. Under this, when you look at Section 207.6 and it refers to the unit mix requirements, and it notes that there's a modification procedure, it says that it's either a variance if a project is not otherwise subject to the 329 process, or the 329 process, which you have discretion for. So you're not reviewing it. I don't see anything in 329 that requires you to use the Section 305 variance findings.
Okay. I guess maybe a question, and maybe I need to ask it a different way. The genesis of why the eastern neighborhoods had these bedrooms defined the way they are, were you aware of what the public policy goal was? Because we didn't define it in Market Octavia. We just, bedroom was a bedroom or sleeping room. So do you have any background on that, or maybe Mr. Kelly can?
I mean, the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, to my knowledge, did not describe that. The Eastern Neighborhoods Plan added on to the Market Octavia standards, which just refer to bedroom.
Right.
Then after the inaction of that in early 2009, Corey Teague, as you know, Assistant Zoning Administrator, had a project that had the inboard bedrooms and raised that as a concern to my predecessor, Mr. Badner. And as a result of that, the interpretation was developed, I think, out of concerns about the quality of the room, and that was put forward. And I don't know exactly what that room looked like, but that's the thing, is at the time the building code requirements were very loose. Now it's been brought back. Now they reinstituted the requirements for natural light. They have this bulletin going from 2012 that has a policy of how to implement this in a way that meets, they think, great reasonable requirements.
Thanks. And maybe Ms. Connor, you raised some interesting points around what the requirements are in terms of light. How would this project pencil out in terms of the amount of light that it's getting on these internal bedrooms?
So right now, with the exterior wall being almost completely glazed, I mean, it seems to be meeting these requirements. I mean, I would want to defer to a building code official to actually make that formal determination, but at least from the plans that we have seen, it seems to be meeting these requirements.
Okay. I mean, I hear where the community's coming from, absolutely. But I lived in a house with the little kind of light well looking off a light court, and it was really dark because you're down on the first or second floor, and not a lot of light gets there until June 21st when the sun's directly overhead. So I get that. I'd really love to see how this pencils out. We had 25 Franklin last week, where we were concerned about the exposure in the bedrooms, and we sent the project back for revisions. And I'm trying to see the parallel here to that as we are here, and that's why I think the calculations would be important for me. So I'd love to see that if we could get it somewhere, because it might actually exceed what a light wall would create. So, thank you. I guess. Wow, it's hard to figure out where to go here. I can see where Section 329 doesn't give us criteria in which to approve an exception. The piece that was missing for me, and I didn't tour the site, I didn't see the layout. The piece that was missing for me was, I guess, the public policy goal of increased affordability in units versus what the actual code contains, and that's kind of the balance we've got. Martin Building Company stepping up and doing additional affordability, 12% to 20%, kind of throws it a little bit for me. It's something that you're giving up in return for these, as long as it would pencil out, and that's something I just learned today. I guess question for Mr. McMenery, why not just go to Supervisors Cohen, Kim, and Campos and get interim controls to redefine sleeping room as it is everywhere else? I mean, wouldn't that be easy? I'll wait to hear what some of the other commissioners think. But yeah, the Booster Scott design interim controls, and you could have done that, and we wouldn't have had to have this fight. So I'll defer to some other commissioners, see what they think.
Okay. Commissioner Richards.
I'm
sorry, Commissioner Anthony.
Yeah. A couple things on our approvals are, one of the things is off-street loading, and we have to grant exception on that. And there has been some discussion about the loading issue. It's a residential building, and then there's some retail. So is they're exempt from having a white zone, or exempt from having a separate place where they have to have a loading zone?
Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. They are going to be providing a 45-foot loading zone on Arkansas Street, but they're not going to be providing any off-street loading.
Okay, so that's the only thing which is, it's an exception, but it's almost a modification, because they're doing something that's going to serve the same purpose as having an off-street. Technically, we do have to grant exemption on that. Okay, the other question I had, it's for Mr. Sanchez on, I went to Potrero Launch, and it has nested units, and it's in the eastern neighborhoods. So one would assume that they had the same sort of approval process that we're granting today when they were allowed to have the nested bedrooms.
Two things. First, even if a project came in today and they were doing more bedrooms, but they had these nested bedrooms, what we're looking at is the required amount. So if someone exceeds it, just generally, you can find new projects in eastern neighborhoods, it may not be that common, that have the nested bedrooms, if they are otherwise meeting their unit mix requirement with the proper bedrooms that meet the definition. That's just one thing. These can exist in eastern neighborhoods as long as they're not, because they just don't count towards the unit mix requirement. Separately, I believe that project was approved, or may have predated or been a pipeline project under eastern neighborhoods and predated the controls.
Yeah, can't remember the exact date of approval. I remember approving it. It would seem to me it would have happened after eastern neighborhoods. It could have
predated. I mean, there was a period of about 4 months, 3 or 4 months before the interpretation was adopted. So there was a period of time where the eastern neighborhoods controls existed and were in place, but predated the adoption of the interpretation. And then also, I don't know, it could have been a predated or been a pipeline project.
Okay. And I guess it is probably a DBI issue, but we do have to show findings in regards to this, and I think Ms. Connor, you did express, at least as far as I heard, that they did appear to have the type of glazing exteriorly and interiorly which would satisfy for DBI the requirements needed for the nested bedrooms to have the amount of exposure?
If I could just answer that, absolutely. So we just did a quick study to see how far we exceeded the minimum 8% requirement, and I think our averages are double and triple that requirement. So 15 to 20% window area versus just a simple 8%. And it's a key component to our designs.
Right.
And then just also to answer that question about the loading zone, one of the things we find in a project like this that people aren't using 18-wheelers to move in and move out, and so we have a loading zone that accommodates U-Haul trucks inside the building, but that doesn't meet the definition of a loading zone per the planning code. So the 45-foot loading zone is outside, the 25-foot loading zone is inside. So then that's what we see people use.
Yeah, that's very understandable, and I pointed out it's a residential use with some retail. It's not like you're putting a large industrial use there, which would certainly need its own big loading zone on site, but this is residential. So I'm going to go ahead and move to approve in two ways. The first approval, I know there are other commissioners who have some things to say, but the first approval is adapt the findings of pursuant to Planning Code 295 that the shadow study showed that the shadow generated by this project would not be adverse on Jackson Playground. And then the second motion would be a motion for large project authorization pursuant to Section 329 with exceptions for rear yard dwelling unit exposure, off-street loading, and dwelling unit mix.
I'll second that. Commissioner Moore.
I've been carefully listening to everybody describing what nested bedrooms are supposed to do or not to do. I have to believe that for family-oriented type dwelling units, nested bedrooms are highly inappropriate because nested bedrooms are not only sleeping rooms, but they are also basically the children's rooms. And I have a hard time to believe that rooms without windows are appropriate for what's required for general health and livability, light and air, that is sufficient definition. And while I think it can be used as an office and as guest rooms, and occasionally for an adult to sleep in the room at night, I think as far as acceptable living space, I have a hard time believing it, particularly because I do not believe that we are going to be starting designing residential housing with full glazed facades. And my critique on this building, although I appreciate Martin Building's contribution in many other buildings in San Francisco, this building has a very strong office building look to me. And it's probably the sameness factor of this glazing as it tracks around on two major facades. So I use that more as a criticism. And I think the site itself, and we had other projects, there's enough site depth and width there to do something which is more a residential building, which might have courtyards or is a U or L-shaped building. It might not achieve the same amount of unit count, but it is, for my definition or expectation for contemporary residential, more expressive of those things which create livability at a higher standard than what this particular project suggests to do. I hope that we're not moving backwards in how we look at livability by creating internal rooms as the one suggested here. You're doing it skillfully. Back in Aragoni has a long, multi-decade history of good residential design. In this particular instance, I question the nested bedrooms.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for Ms. Connor. So we heard windows provide both light and then ventilation. What's the ventilation requirement for the nested bedroom? How does air get in there?
Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. I may not be super familiar with exactly what the building code requirement for ventilation is. I think they do have a mechanical ventilation system. The architect may be more apt at perhaps describing that compliance.
Sure, please.
The code requires mechanical ventilation between the adjacent spaces. So there's an actual fan in the wall that transfers the air mechanically from the living space to the bedroom in all cases.
Okay.
Yeah. Not to mention that the large is 50% open doors, and so there's with the doors open, it's tremendous. But
so I guess where I'm at here is if you have a Plan B that showed it was inferior, I haven't seen it. It's not before us today. I would love to actually take a look and see how it relates to what you have here and how programmatically what you're trying to do, but satisfies the definition of the bedroom as it is in the eastern neighborhoods. So I would love to be able to at least see that. And
I could pull up a slide.
Could you? Could you walk us through it?
Sure. So this pointer doesn't work. So on the right is the nested two-bedroom. You can see it's got a large living space at the front, and the pointer doesn't work on the screen. So, and on the left is more of a shotgun unit. So you can see that the living room has half the amount of window area, and it's half the width. The living room is long and narrow and long. So. But in this case, we're showing there's an outside wall on the one bedroom, and then on the upper left-hand corner, and then the lower left-hand corner bedroom takes up some of the window area in the front. So what you end up with is really it's just a distinction of the living space, in our opinion. The living space becomes more generous in a nested two-bedroom, larger, more windows versus long and narrow on the non-nested version.
Okay.
So we reviewed this, and we submitted this to planning. And we actually reviewed this in collaborative discussions, and we really and after planning staff has also seen this, and we made the decision that we really want to stick with the nested two bedrooms because the living space becomes so much nicer, and so that's why we've held on to this design. We really feel it's a superior design. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let me just add a few thoughts here. I like the affordability, the added voluntary affordability. Thank you. I think the nested idea is pretty innovative. I think the city, we're getting tighter, smaller. The idea of living smaller, tiny homes intrigue me. Efficiency of space. This is probably not too different, although maybe it's a dirty word, but a loft type of situation where the bedroom is in the same volume of space as the living room. If many of us have seen examples in Asia and in Europe where there are small spaces that transition by partition within the space, voluntary partition. You're living there with your family and you're going to have company over, and so you sort of slide the screens and close off the bedroom. However you want to do that. I think these larger windows enable that sort of activity where you can open things up if you want to, if it's just you at home. I also think that as far as family living, the definition of a family home is maybe a little bit different now. And I think for all of us, whether we've grown up or intend to stay here, we have probably changed our dwelling 1, 2, 3, 4 times because of growth size. And I think just the reality of saying this is going to be a family unit where someone's just had a baby and they're going to be there forever is a possibility, but it's also very likely, like many of us when we've grown up, we've outgrown our homes. And so there may be a point where the market, the user says to this, hey, this is great for us with an infant, but now little Johnny has gotten to be 6'5" and we've got to move out, and that's happening right now. So to say we're providing family housing for folks that are going to be in there for the entire, their 99 years of life, I think is a little bit of a stretch. So I like the creativity. I like the direction that we're trying something new, and I also believe that we should let the market sort of decide this. If it's a failed idea, it's not going to sell, it's not going to work, and we won't probably do many more like we haven't done many lofts. So I am supportive of it, and I know the neighborhood has concerns about the growth of the area. I think that's the overall underlying piece of that. And grew up here in San Francisco. I did. Potrero is growing, and it has grown considerably since the 90s, since the 80s, since the 70s, and I think this is a creative answer to some of the problems in a potential growth area of the city. And I fully understand the wanting to and the need to moderate the amount of growth, and you have suffered through a lot of it recently. I've heard you speak many times, but I understand. I'm being sympathetic to and I understand where you're coming from. But I also think the city has a larger need, and this is a creative way to answer that. Commissioner Hillis.
I just wanted to reiterate, I think, if we want to look at this nested bedroom issue, we probably shouldn't clean up, what's kind of, I think, an odd ZA interpretation for one area, because it's not as if this project in Mr. McInerney's other project in Potrero are the only projects we've seen with nested bedrooms. I don't know if we have data on that, but I would imagine most projects we've seen had some form of this nested bedroom. 100 Van Ness has them, 8 Octavia has them, and those are just 2 projects I've recently walked through. But I think if we look back on projects we've approved, they're not uncommon. And if we think they're good or bad, we probably should say they're bedrooms or not, and not have a specific interpretation in eastern neighborhoods and something different in Market Octavia, because I think those plans are the same. It's just this kind of one-off zoning administrator's interpretation that I think changes the dynamic a little bit in eastern neighborhoods. But again, I don't, as a father, I don't think these are necessarily worse or better than having that small light well window, in a bedroom. In some instances, this works better. So I'm supportive. The only thing I would ask is that we look at this Arkansas configuration and maybe the balance between the sidewalk and the 90-degree parking, if people are amenable to that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but just ask staff to review that and potentially maintain that parking.
I would accept an analysis of that as we go forward after approval.
Work with public.
Just
public
see
works
if it
issue.
works.
Yeah.
Secondaries.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe Jay Marshall is the zoning minister.
That's me.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm sitting here.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing as Commissioner Hillis. I don't know if we need to have that as a finding. Did you feel like you got that, Jonas?
Well, it wasn't a condition of approval, right? It was a suggestion that the
Staff.
If I may, because it involves other city agencies,
Okay.
we can't commit to the change. I believe the issue was, if I recall, we went back and forth on this a little bit. I think it was either MTA or Public Works that had concerns about the backup traffic.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we work with them. We can't commit one way or the other, but we can certainly work with them to look at the issue.
Okay. Yeah, I just would love to see that. I think I think everything has kind of been said that I thought on the nested bedrooms concept, but just on the parking, I know there's not a lot that we can do as the planning department independently to accelerate some of the other transit and community benefit changes in the eastern neighborhoods. I know a lot of that comes to us because we're the commission and we see a lot of land use stuff, but there are certain aspects of the catch-up in the neighborhood development that we don't control, and this is one piece of it, and I think this is one area where we can have a little bit of a push to try to mitigate some of the impacts, and I think part of that is keeping, facing reality and knowing that for now people are driving the area and keeping some of that parking until further notice, when hopefully there will be some adaptive reuse of that space and reclaiming it in accordance with better streets in the future.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to see the department create a bulletin on how to really look at nested bedrooms. This commission has rarely ever discussed that. And I think in order to be clearer of how we deal with it, for or against it, or an in-between position, I would like us to look back at some of the projects which have done it and who has done them. Ultimately, a lot of these very tricky discussion items come really into focus when you have highly qualified architects who are very familiar with the building type doing it, and others where it becomes very, very questionable. And I think in order for this commission, who are not architects, to have a better tool, I think we need to have something in our hands to be more informed of what the upside and the downside of those decisions is.
I agree. Commissioner Richards.
So I sit here, I count the votes. Obviously, the project's going to get approved. There's an incredible amount of good things about the project. First on my list is additional 5% affordable. When I vote no on the project, it's not because the project's a bad project. It's because I want the Eastern Neighborhoods language to be cleaned up with the neighborhood and figure this all out and get it standard so we don't have to go through this again.
Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to adopt findings related to the shadow study as well as approve the large project authorization with conditions, with the suggestion and that staff will be working with Public Works or MTA regarding the parking issue. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Jonas, 1 second. I think staff has a clarification.
We also wanted to make the amendment to add the conditions of approval that were recommended by the Entertainment Commission. Thank you.
And that is part of the motion. Thank you.
As amended to include those conditions from the Entertainment Commission. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
No.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-2 with Commissioners Moore and Richards voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar for item 12, case number 2015-000164 DRM at 127 23rd Avenue. This is a mandatory discretionary review.
Nested.
He doesn't trust Ted.
New logo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Allie Kirby, Department Staff. The item before you is a mandatory discretionary review of a proposal to demolish an existing 2,400 square foot, two-story single-family residence and to construct a new 4,000 square foot, three-story single-family residence with a partial fourth floor set back 15 feet from the front facade at 127 23rd Avenue in the Outer Richmond District within an RH2 zoning district. The subject lot slopes up from the street on a lot measuring 25 feet in width and 120 feet in depth. The surrounding neighborhood consists of a mix of 2 to 4 story buildings, primarily containing single-family dwellings with scattered multi-unit flats. The adjacent properties on the north and south are on lots the same size as the subject property, each containing 2-story single-family dwellings. The property to the immediate north features a large third-story addition set back from the front building wall. The proposed replacement structure will stand at approximately 30 feet in height at the primary facade and 40 feet from the curb level at the peak of the fourth floor, which is set back 15 feet from the front facade and approximately 28 feet from the front property line. The fourth floor will measure approximately 25 feet deep by approximately 17 feet wide, with one roof deck to the rear and a second roof deck at the front, set back 5 feet from the front facade. The fourth floor will be set back from the north and south side property lines by 3 feet, excluding a stair which is set back 2 feet from the south property line with a pitched roof. The project is in conformance with the residential design guidelines, and the sponsor has made reductions of massing and volume, relocating all railings from the side property lines to provide privacy and light to the adjacent neighboring buildings, and modifications to the primary facade to introduce more contextual details and proportions to relate to the surrounding context of the neighborhood. The department has received 3 letters of support from the adjacent neighbors and no calls or letters in opposition to the project. No public requests for discretionary review were filed. The department recommends that the Commission not take discretionary review and approve both the demolition and new construction permit applications as currently proposed. The project will create a quality family-sized residence, and the resulting building scale and form are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood characteristics. The proposed materials and finishes are compatible with the residential nature of the neighborhood and have been appropriately detailed. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Project sponsor, please.
DR requester.
DR.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is a mandatory DR.
Got me.
Hello, I'm Georgiana Kleeman with Sutra Architects. We are proposing to demolish an existing one-story over basement single-family residence and replace it with a new three-story over basement single-family residence. Steve Lindy and Robin Wilkinson, right here with us, have lived at 127 23rd Avenue since 1999. They will live in the proposed new residence with their 2 children. They live in San Francisco, work in San Francisco, and are committed to staying in San Francisco. They are committed to the neighborhood and relationships with their neighbors. Steve and Robin reviewed the project with all of their neighbors and have received only positive responses, and as Ali noted, the immediate neighbors have provided letters of support, and to date, no comments or opposition have been received by Sutra Architects, Steve and Robin, or the Planning Department. A demolition and replacement of the existing single-family residence is proposed to increase the connection of the first floor living level to the street and backyard, reduce overall building height, and to reduce overall construction costs. The existing first floor of the residence is set uncomfortably far up from the street and rear yard, and we are proposing to lower the first floor by 2 foot 3 inches from its existing height. The proposed new single-family residence complies with the San Francisco Planning Code and the residential design guidelines. The mass and form of the proposed new single-family residence blend well with the immediately adjacent neighbors and within the context of the block. The project is not designed to the full buildable envelope allowed by the Planning Code. Notches and setbacks have been included to respect neighboring context and to maintain light, air, and privacy for the neighbors. As Ali noted, we made several revisions at the request of the residential design team and planning staff to ensure that the project is appropriate to the immediate and neighborhood context. At the top floor penthouse, the proposed floor area is shown in blue, and our original proposed floor area is outlined in red. So we reduced the volume at the rear by approximately 6 foot 4 feet, and the volume at the stair by 2 feet. The volume at the stair at the level below is also reduced by 2 feet to provide more light and air to the neighbors to the south. This is the front elevation, and the penthouse, you'll see the notch or the setback at the stair tower, and we also reduced the height of the stair to approximately 7 foot 6 inches on the interior and sloped it to further reduce building bulk. The side elevation shows the areas where we eliminated solid guardrails at the property line or facing adjacent neighbors, and will provide open guardrails, and where we have shifted the project back from the rear of the property. The rear elevation and the other side elevation showing reduction in volume. We also worked with planning staff to provide a little bit more depth and detail at the front of the building. Thank you.
Okay. Opening up to public comment, if there's any. Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
It's a nice project. I think it's well developed by planning staff and does all the things we would expect. It's a mandatory DR because it's a demolition, so it's a pretty straightforward project. The only question it raises, it's a policy question and not in front of us, we're in RH2. If you increase the size of a building by almost twice the size, it raises a question as to whether or not one would expect a second unit. But that is a policy question. That is not in front of us today. I'd like to have that sometimes, because if we are looking for densifying the city equitably, is RH2 the area? And don't be threatened by what I'm saying here. We have an obligation here to speak often in the abstract. It is sometimes a policy question for us to look at that angle, even if it's not in front of us. We had that discussion with the project on Noe, which made a suggestion for increasing a building by significant amounts of square footage. We have that here. Here, it's perhaps not even the discussion of this family, but ultimately we might want to have to talk about that. I'm in support of this design. I think it's thoughtfully done, and I move to approve.
Second. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I like it a lot, too. And looking at the location right across lake from West Clay Park, even though the zoning may be RH2, predominance of housing in this area is probably single family. So, and this is not, the intent of all the project sponsors, as was pointed out, trying to add to the existing house that was sited too high off the street would have probably been a lot more expensive and not had the desirable result. So by having a footprint that isn't that much larger than what was there before, they've had a house with a lot more amenities to it. So I'm very supportive not taking DR and approving.
Commissioners, there has been a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Places under public comment for which I have no speaker cards.
Okay, is there any general public comment tonight? Not seeing any general public comment is closed, and the meeting's adjourned.
Mission is accomplished.